We are live. Granted, 3 minutes early. I won't go into anything really juicy for 3 minutes. Um, but I have so much I want to talk about. And I also noticed from, seeing how like the VOD and everything looks, after last week, which was my first stream ever. Not ever on this, my first stream on this, my first of these streams. We're doing great. Uh, I uh, I noticed that when you hit play, I'm just kind of standing there awkwardly because I was waiting for people to trail in, for people to have stuff to say. And but this time, I guess let's go over like where I'm at as far as how this channel is gonna work because there are kind of like two stories happening. Well, I guess three. There's the Fallout TV show. Then there is the ongoing narrative of the discussions I'm having about the Fallout TV show. And then there is how my life is affected by talking about this through line. Thank you, Carbal Snarky, my uh um I guess volunteer automatic assistant person that you have the role that you have stepped into watching my back. I see you. So there's and that's what I really wanted to start with today was to talk about the relationship that we've got going on here, the how this channel's fitting into my life, what the plan is, and you may have noticed I changed the title and I changed the thumbnail that is currently associated with this stream to reflect that this is the stream that followed the Karma Hit video. I think that's a really good idea, and I'm going to keep doing it to kind of brand each individual stream as this is the stream that happened at this point in time. Because what I'm anticipating is going to happen more and more is a big part of the conversation is going to be about that video, about that episode. Almost immediately after I posted that video, there were some comments that came in that were like really interesting stuff worth talking about that I had wished I talked about in the video. And I was like, well, this is a perfect thing to do for the stream, right? So, like if I didn't flesh something out. There's some stuff where I didn't know it when I made the video, but then people were like, oh, there's this thing. So this stream is a really good opportunity to do that. You should feel seen, Carvel Snarky. You are seen. I really appreciate your scanning and going through all the videos the way you did. That was really cool. So, the plan is still one video a week, and then the stream to talk about the video, and then whatever else is that we decide to talk about. And I have given it a lot of thought, and I think even after the show is over, I'm still only want to do one video a week for this channel. And even, still give me super chats, still need money. I know, like, some people are like, oh, I want to give you more money so that you can make more videos. I need more money anyway. This channel's already, even with the one video and this, is still stretching me financially. So still, this Pinko will still take your super chat money. How do you guys like that new graphic? I thought that was really fucking funny. But this is why y'all don't want me to make any more videos than this either. Because you like the content. You like the way that, like, the stuff that I'm saying about things, and everything that I'm talking about, everything that, all the insights that I have about these social systems and power differentials and all of that, comes directly from living my life a certain way. Like, I talk a lot about, values, taking karma hits. That's not just talk. I actually live my life, according to the ideas that I'm suggesting about taking responsibility for your impact and, et cetera, et cetera. Valuing connection, all of these things. They're very, very important to me. And if I guess skipping to the end, and then I'll explain all the space between there. I cannot let my full-time main how I survive money thing be a space where I am the king. It's not good for me spiritually, it's not good for me mentally. My core value, we talked about this at the last stream a little bit, when I realized what it is that I value more than my own life. It is my authenticity. It is being myself. And once you have an audience that is a certain size, and once a big enough percentage of your life revolves around an audience, authenticity can have a negative impact. Like, a zoom in day-to-day example, you might see somebody in a dress and think it looks hideous, but you would probably not say your dress is hideous. Because even though you're being honest, and even though you're saying something true, the impact of you saying that, is it worth it? Is it worth the karma hit? Does this person really need to know? You know, so if you expand that logic, if I was famous enough, I could do harm by being honest. And the whole reason I'm doing this is to be honest and to express what I really think and feel about things. So if I'm in a place where being honest can do harm, then I can't be honest, and then I'm not actually getting what I want out of this. If that makes any sense. I know a lot of people, and I know I used to, have the idea that if you're saying the truth, that you should... everybody has to deal with it, and you're doing something good. However, that is assuming that everybody who is hearing that truth is going to interpret it the way you meant it. And they don't. They often don't. That's something that gives me an intense amount of anxiety with posting these videos and saying these things, is people could misinterpret what I said and then do harm. And if you were to say, you know, Lindsay, because you said this person did this, you go, well, that's not what I meant, so it's not my fault. Yes, it is. Know what you carry, courier. Just because you don't know what's in the box doesn't mean you're not going to blow up the divide, right? So, I'm responsible for my impact, whether it was intended or not. And so, and it's not only that. Another reason why it can't be like my full-time thing is because, kind of an adage that I live by nowadays is, wisdom comes from contrast. So the reason I have this insight is because I know what it's like to not know how I'm going to eat next week. And I also know what it's like to be able to treat Amazon.com like it's Google and just have everything that I want. I know what both experiences are like. That's why I know so much about privilege ignorance and stuff, because I've been on both sides of the fence. So if I have too much, if my survival revolves around having a bunch of people who kiss my ass and do whatever they want, and do whatever I want, then I'm not experiencing the contrast that is making me so wise to be able to make this content and say the things that I think are actually helpful to say to the world. So, it's really important to me to balance what things in my life I'm the star and what things in my life I am not, and where I have to be humble and where I have to, you know, serve forces greater than myself and stay collaborative. I don't want to, basically, those of you who are as old as I am, you probably have seen over the years what's happened to Elon Musk's brain. That is what we're trying to avoid. Or even like more pop culture examples, like James Cameron used to make really good movies. George Lucas made Star Wars when he was scrappy and hungry. When people get to a certain amount of cush, file some edges off. I don't want to lose my edges. So that is so now I'm gonna pause that and see what you guys are saying in chat. Midnight Whimsies is here, who made that excellent video. I loved it. I've actually thought about referencing some stuff that you said in that video. That was really, really smart. I really, 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 really loved what you were saying about, there isn't like one big bad, that it's a system. It's a complicated system, and we're all playing these teeny tiny parts. I think that's huge. It really ties into what I was saying in that one video about what's more part of Lucy's finger, or the air. The lack of collective responsibility, the cult of individualism has made us numb to our little micro impacts. And unfortunately, we're all going to keep making those little micro impacts until we, the word that leaps to mind is unionize. You know, things like people who are like, oh, well, we can't support Amazon because Amazon sucks, and every time you get a Prime membership, you're feeding the machine, and that is all true. But an individual protesting and being like, I'm not gonna do this, that's really about you being right with yourself. It's more about your ego than it is about any meaningful impact. So I make a big deal out of impact. Impact is what matters. Continuing down chat. If the writers do anything to Norm or Claudia, I'm going to eat Todd Howard's house. Quality is astronomical, and I totally understand that you can't rush articulating these thoughts. There's only a few more episodes, and then you'll have plenty of time to catch up on all the ideas you can't go to food now. Thank you, Zach. Yeah. And something else that I kind of noticed, because I mentioned that I've already recorded most of Culture War Never Changes and Ghoulsea, but I'm noticing that like there's a sort of a narrative that there's something very episodic about my videos, even though they're not really episodic. Like, I'm continuing concepts, continuing thoughts. And so I don't think it really works to like record things ahead of time, because my ideas and the way that I'm communicating and articulating stuff is evolving. So I'm probably better off just being linear, being like, you know, and continuing the narrative of the things that I'm sort of digesting. And it is combining, you know, what's happening on the Fallout show with the things that are going on in my life. So what you're going to see when the show is over is I'm going to be talking about Fallout stuff and Fallout stories, but what Fallout stories I choose to talk about are going to have to do with whatever's going on with me in life, where I feel like the Fallout story does it. And like when I was doing the Benny and House video, I was coming out of a long-term power differential abuse situation where I could really project me on Benny and this other person on House in a really interesting way. I mean, there are huge differences, obviously. Like, for example, I can't lie. I'm a terrible liar. I'm more like Maximus in that way. So, you know, the stuff that I was saying about Benny lying is, you know, projecting other things. But it's almost like a remix of a refracted sort of window of how I'm interpreting my real reality. And that's basically the definition of an autistic special interest, is that we see reality through the lens of this thing. So, I've yet to see the new episode, but I wanted to drop by and say hi and love the videos. Oh, thank you. I hope you enjoy the new episode. It's a doozy. You have said a lot of things that resonated so well with me and helped me build that. Oh, thank you, Midnight Lindsay. That's what I live for. That's why I want to prioritize this channel, because just freaking meeting people who know what the hell I'm talking about is nice. The Norm episode especially, but not quite in the way you meant when you posted it. Interesting. Feel free to elaborate on that. By the way, I mean the way Norm was treated within the vault is very similar to my experience in my previous job. Oh yeah. I'm assuming you're on the spectrum. Are you not on the spectrum? Because if you related to Norm based on how you were treated at work, that sounds like a very spectrum-y experience. All right. I'm tipping away from the microphone to sip my coffee. I'm full of Adderall. Need caffeine too. Okay, opening my checklist. So, continuing, speaking of looking at my own life through the lens of Fallout storylines, as I was processing how I want to approach this channel and basically my fear of Elon Muskifying my brain, I realized I could compare it and side by side a lot with what's going on with Reg right now on the show. Interestingly, maybe you didn't see that one coming. Okay, folks, I just got here. How long have you been streaming for? Barely. 14 minutes. Yes, a very brief amount of time. Earlier I was just talking about the plans for one video a week plus the stream, and now we're kind of talking about the meta narrative of my relationship with this channel, because this is more appropriate for a stream probably than to devote an entire video to it. I'm like, I want to finish my train of thought, but I keep looking at chat. So I'm going to finish this train of thought, and then I will look at chat. But if I look at it now, I'm going to lose it. And you know, autistics, we love our trains. Breathe. So, the Reg storyline. My take on it, quick recap. So, Reg is disempowered. He is, and they did a really, really good job kind of teeing up what he was about to be going through in the first season when he ran for office and voted against himself. Fallout loves to hit us with hilariously on-the-nose metaphors, and this is no exception. He's literally not betting on himself. He's not voting for himself. He doesn't believe in his own abilities to succeed because the cultural indoctrination of when things look glum, vote 31, everybody sort of agrees. They like Jell-O molds more than apple pie. So he knows that he feels shame and he doesn't feel useless. I love the show for pointing that out as well. And I rewatched the first episode of this season and noticed that, I didn't notice this the first time, that he has a PhD in event planning. So this is a guy who, his talent, his gift, his, what he is born to offer this world is coordinating people, being a leader, being a community leader. Like, this is what he loves to do. But because he wasn't born in Vault 31, he wasn't born with Vault 31 privilege, there are all of these kind of glass ceilings and everything that's keeping him from doing what he knows he was born to do, what he's good at, what he loves doing. But he doesn't quite know why. He knows that there's these walls up, but he doesn't really understand what's causing the walls, because he doesn't know about the experiment. He doesn't know about Vault 31, the Vault 31 Illuminati conspiracy. So I was thinking about it, and it was absolutely genius. It was absolutely brilliant that they went with the inbreeding support group, because what the writers of the show needed to find was, what is a group that would have a kind of shaming, isolating experience that the Vault would grasp as a concept, that would respect that this is a thing that's real, but it is not a category that the Vault invented. The Vault didn't define, like the way that there are a lot of marginalized groups that were defined and disenfranchised and had sometimes literally lines on maps drawn around to isolate people of certain groups in real life. So it had to be something where it would make sense that he could make up a category that people would still respect, but it also had to be something that wasn't too much like the real world. It had to be something that was Fallout. It had to be something that was out there, that is not a category that people in day-to-day life worry about. Like, it couldn't be the queer community. It couldn't be something like that. It couldn't be the neurodivergent community. That's too real. They had to be something that we would go, oh my god, of course this would be a problem in a Vault. You know, going back to, I was kind of getting sick of the cousin fucking jokes, but maybe they did that to the reason they kept bringing attention back to it, because it's so clear now that so much was planned from the beginning. So much. So it was really genius. So now Reg has found this category, and he is claiming power within, and therefore claiming resources, under this banner of the inbreeding group. And they can't stop him from doing it because he's following all the rules. I was talking about the thing with Norm, how it doesn't matter how logical you are if all you're doing is rearranging the pieces that power gave you. You have to step out of the vault, psychological vault. You have to think outside the box, because what's actually happening to Reg is so outside of his understanding of reality. It's like the Truman Show, right? Like, he'd have to step out of the studio to see what he's a part of, and then he'd have the existential crisis that Lucy's going through right now. So how does all of this relate to me? So, reaching for another kind of real world concept, anybody who is like a millionaire basketball player, they're not just a millionaire basketball player because they're amazing at playing basketball. They're a millionaire basketball player because they happen to live in a time and a culture where it's possible to be a millionaire just from being good at throwing a ball in a hoop. That's kind of a cosmic coincidence. And they have to be really good at that thing that happens to be sought after within this cultural context. So now we're going to bring it back to me for a second. So, I was born in a cultural context where, in order to make a living doing what I am best at, I have to do things that compromise my values in a way that I'm not comfortable with. And so another thing about the reg thing that I pointed out in the video is, if you are disenfranchised, if you are disempowered, if when you are equal with the status quo expectations that of power, you are disempowered, you are, you know, kind of forced to I also talked about this when I was talking about Lucy and Caesar's Legion. I'm like, if you are in a situation where your expectations of your dignity, how you want to be treated, or what your rights are not respected in the culture around you, you're going to have a bad time. So you've got two choices. You can either influence that culture to say, yes, I do deserve to be treated in this way, with this more respectful way, or you can bezounce. You can fucking get out of Dodge, you know? So I'm in a position where I can't leave this culture, and that would be like a whole other branch to describe exactly why. Let's say, put it this way: I'm a domesticated farm animal. Like, I'm a declawed house cat. I wouldn't survive. I'm too deeply imprinted by this culture to leave it. I can't go off into the woods. I can't, like, I've tried to step outside. So I'm like, okay, well, if I can't step outside and I have to find a way to survive in here, I basically have to calculate all these karma hits to see what I'm willing, how much I'm willing to do. And and also kind of leaning more in the influence the culture kind of thing, which is why I talk about marginalization and power differentials. Basically, I'm like, if I can't change this fucking culture that I live in, then I'm going to tell as many people as I possibly can that they should help me do so. I'm going to do my best. Like Moldaver says at the end of season 1, maybe all you can do is try. Just can filter my whole fucking life through this fucking show. So, in order for Reg to just be treated as himself, to just be himself, to just not be disempowered, to just have a voice, to just take up space in the room, he has to acquire power. That's the only thing that people listen to. So this is what's happening a lot in our real world. Like, when you have people who have a lot of privilege and they see the status quo as their baseline, they see it as a neutral blank slate, and then they see marginalized communities, affirmative action, things like that. They see, you know, people who are disempowered stepping up. They feel overpowered. You know, they feel like, but they don't see the whole picture, so they don't see that what's actually happening is balancing out. That, you know, if you stepped up to this state, then you would be kind of overpowering everybody. But if these people step up, they're just even, you know? So, going back to me, how does this relate to me? All I really want is, like, if you were just to strip away all of the cultural context, capitalism, and all of that, all I really want is for my ideas and thoughts on things to be heard and respected and to count, you know, to not just stay in my head, to have any impact on my external reality whatsoever, and to be able to pay my bills, to have a safe place to live, to eat, to maintain my computer is probably the most luxurious kind of thing that I really need. And I guess to go to Fallout Fan Celebration, but since I'm working with somebody, I have somebody who is currently able to get my expenses, but I have to earn that. I have to work for it. And the only way for me to accomplish all of that, for just to exist, just to be heard, just to have an exchange of ideas with people, I have to have a platform and you guys. I have to be a leader just to exist. That's the thing about Reg that I really relate to right now. Is, you know, if he could have had, I mean, I guess in his case, you know, because the talent that he has is event planner, you know, he was always going to have a sort of leadership in a community role. But he didn't have to be, he shouldn't have had to be as subversive to the status quo to accomplish that as he had to be. And I really hate that. I really just want to live, like, I think in my ideal scenario, I would be like in a team of like 8 people who were discussing, neurodivergence and all the, self-actualization, personal development kind of stuff that I'm interested in talking about, and we would collaborate. This is one of the things I said why Maximus is the character that I relate to the most. I really want to be on a team. That's, it's vulnerable. And I talked about this too in another video. I was talking about Cooper not having a proxy and House having a proxy, and the advantage that having a proxy gives you, the amount of vulnerability of me being up here. Like, I just want to talk and say what's in my head to people who are interested in the things that I'm saying. But because I'm broadcasting on the internet, and the potential impact could be so broad to people who are negatively impacted, could be negatively impacted by people misunderstanding what I'm saying. That is a lot of responsibility that I take very seriously. Because if it's something that I do and it has this impact, I want my impact to be positive. All of this to say, this is why I'm not doing the social justice warrior, neurodivergent rights mainstream thing, and why I'm talking about a fucking video game. How much damage could I do talking about this stuff surrounding a video game? It can still be fun. I can relax. I don't have to put as much pressure on myself to pick every single fucking word perfect. And it seems like the audience that's forming here, hello, I love you all, y'all actually enjoy hearing me do that. And that is what I want. I just want this brain, these thoughts, to go to people who get something good out of it. And I want to be able to fucking pay for my life. That is the goal. That is what I want. And it's really hard. So I just added, one more thing to sort of button this up. Wow, I like rehearsed all of that for so long, and I thought I was really gonna screw it up, but I think I actually got the point across. So I added a rule to the, that it will start appearing in the next video. Let me open up Photoshop, because that's where I make that, that thing at the beginning, the disclaimer picture. The house rules that I put at the beginning, and everything I just said probably fleshes out why I have that, right? Because I just want to be able to say what I really fucking think. That's it. One of the reasons I love, YouTube, and why TikTok was such a disaster for me, is there's a lack of consent with TikTok. Because TikTok, you're just scrolling and a video is just being thrown at you. So nobody looks at my thumbnail, looks at the title, and like makes a judgment call to choose whether or not they want to listen to what I have to say. But YouTube, there's the title, the thumbnail, you decide, and then when you click, the first thing I do is tell you what's going on. I say there's going to be fucking spoilers, and I put the house rules thing, and give you the option to pause and read it. So whatever happens after you cross that threshold, I really need to just be able to be honest, or there's no point in me doing this. So the thing that I added that will start appearing in the next video is claims of harm must include a timestamp and a clear explanation of the impact. And the rest of this was already there, but it says, so they can be addressed in good faith. I'm defining the terms of engagement so my regard for my audience doesn't warp into an obligation to submit. Because I care deeply about my impact, especially when I'm talking about really serious things, marginalized communities, etc. If I'm very careful, very fucking careful about the words that I use. In fact, maybe in the Brotherhood of Steel Masculinity video, I may have even overdone it. Make it really clear if I'm talking about queer people, if I'm talking about this or talking about that. And the reason I added that is because I believe the thread has been deleted now, but somebody came in and said that I said something problematic about a marginalized community. And so I was like, my heart fucking exploded, because I'm like, I'm so fucking careful. But I am going to be in contrast of my values if I don't examine whatever the fuck that they're talking about. But I want to make sure that I am examining it properly. I didn't feel like I said the thing they said I said. But, so I said, give me the timestamp. They did not give me a timestamp. They sort of skirted around and got into a semantics debate about my use of the word problematic. I was literally trying to be precise. I was like, tell me the timecode of the problematic statement. And then they were like, I didn't say it was problematic. I'm like, oh my God, are we talking about, is it a goddamn thank you? Thank you. That is Kiwi. I talk about him fairly regularly, who did the voiceover of the tabletop stuff in the Johnny Silverhand video. So, then, I think they said something about, sorry, I was drunk, and then they deleted the whole thread. I'm pretty sure I didn't say what they said I said, and then when I asked for the timestamp, they saw that I didn't say what they said I said, and then they bounced. So that is why I'm adding this to the thing, because I take accusations of having a negative impact on a marginalized community very fucking seriously. So if somebody's gonna come at me with that, they better be willing to have a conversation. And I also, for reasons aforementioned, might decide to stick by what I said because, and going back to the very beginning of everything that I'm saying, sometimes people just misunderstand me, you know? Like, and that's one of the reasons why I can't get too famous, because I can't be too responsible for people misunderstanding me. I just, I work really hard to explain things really clearly, and I am really, really, like, dysregulated, disturbed, upset if I could work that hard, and then people are still mad at me because they ran off with a misunderstanding of what I said. You know? So that pretty much wraps up that thought. Okay, one more thought, and then I'm gonna go back and look at chat. I wanted to clear up a little bit. Actually, it's funny because Kiwi literally just asked me about this. The Dinztopia channel versus the Lindsay's Fallout channel. I might do a live stream on the Dinztopia channel at some point too, to sort of figure out what I'm gonna do with these two channels. So, I mentioned the Benny and House video a lot in a lot of videos on this channel. You may have noticed it's on a different channel, and there is a reason for that I've explained before, but in case you don't know, the reason for that is, as you've probably picked up, I've made a lot of content and I've been really transparent. I have that Maximus problem where I say way too much because I just want to exist. I just want the thoughts in my head heard by somebody. And so there's been a lot of times in my life where I learned new lessons. I was like, I'm responsible for my impact. I don't really want this messaging on the internet anymore. So I, have tanked channels. My TikTok channel is gone because it was bad situation. It was so unhealthy for me. It was so unhealthy. TikTok, ugh. So because of that, even though right now I don't see it happening because I think this is going pretty well, I might later in life, for reasons I can't predict, decide that Lindsay's Fallout is really disastrously harmful. I have to be humble and open myself to that possibility because of how transparent I am about so many sensitive things. So the mission for Dinztopia was for my gaming content that is really professional. And by professional, I don't just mean production quality, even though I do. You'll notice the videos on that channel are way more sophisticated technically. I also mean it is a lot more sticking to the lore, sticking to the information. The Johnny Silverhand video has an editorial section at the end, but there's like a dividing line being like, it's like strict lore, strict professional, and then there's a line, and then I go into my interpretation of the lore stuff that I talked about earlier. So that I still want those two concepts separate because that was like a forethought thing that I decided, sort of thinking ahead. And when I started that channel, like in the version of it that we see now, I had a plan for a trilogy. This was actually a time in my life where I didn't have to worry about my bills. That's why those videos are so sophisticated, because I could really make that my full-time job. And I really wanted to see myself stick to making videos of that quality and really give them a solid shot. So the original plan was a trilogy. 2 of the 3 got done. The third one, I am moving to this channel. So those were 1, Benny and House, the documentary about the backstory of their relationship. The second one was the unreliable narrative of Johnny Silverhand, which compares and contrasts the video game depiction of Johnny Silverhand's story with the tabletop version. And then the third one was going to be the synths thing, which was, I think, the second highest vote on our, which was the second highest in the vote behind Culture War Never Changes. And I had procrastinated that for a while, doing it on the other channel, and now I'm really glad I did. I think it's a better fit for this channel, because I don't think I can talk about why the stories, the concept of synth and why it matters to me so much without crossing that editorial, super honest political social commentary line that I cross on this channel. It's I thought that motivation, that personal motivation, was going to make that video more professional, more slick, which is why it was chosen to be the third in that trilogy, because it was going to be because the topic was so important to me, and I thought that was gonna, it was a good if I'm gonna put this kind of work, like those videos took like a month apiece. The Benny and House and Johnny Silverhand, those were pretty intense workload on those. So I thought this would be important enough, but now I'm kind of going the other way because it's so important to me. I want to have more flexibility to get really Maximus, to get really transparent. So I've swapped that out, and here's the video that I want to do for that channel. I could really use y'all's help working on that video for that channel. I'm not sure if that's going to make you feel betrayed or anything. We were helping you with this thing and it's not even on the same channel, but come on, you guys, it's just a click away. You can handle it. That topic is going to be, and get ready for this, and if you've seen the Johnny Silverhand video, then you should be excited. You should be really excited. This is everything in my bones, everything in my heart and soul is telling me that this is the right choice for the next Dinztopia documentary style video, and that is the Fallout TV show lore breaks. Fucking go through everything that the lore thumpers are complaining about, bit by bit, investigate it, see if it works. See if it works. And I know a lot of these people look at me and they're like, oh, you don't care about lore enough because their lore is their Bible. I'm like, no, I care about lore a lot. And I said in the Vault 4 video, for those of you who have not seen it, I said that they goofed. I was like, even all of my lore break apology trying to make it make sense, I think that somebody gave somebody the wrong date and then they ran with it. This shit happens in corporate America all the time. And then nobody verified it, and then it ended up on that fucking chalkboard. It says, I think that it was supposed to be 2282, not 2277. I was like, can't circle that square. But then there was all that press around it, and people were like, no, the Fall of Shady Sands and the bombs are different. But nope, then the Ghoul episode this season was like, that was 20 years ago. I mean, she says the Fall of Shady Sands, so technically, but no, I just don't, unless it's going to be a big reveal that the bombs fell later, but I can't imagine why that would be a big reveal to the TV show watchers, because we have to keep in mind what the story looks like from the perspective of people watching the TV show. And there's a lot of things that, like, oh, it would be really exciting, it would be such a twist if this happened. Yeah, if you're a New Vegas fan, it would be a twist. Thank you for the super chat, Amy. But from the perspective of somebody just watching the show, it would just be a random out of left field thing. This is one of the problems I have with the whole Anthony House thing. I'm like, yeah, for us, it would be like, whoa. But for the show, it foreshadows and teases a lot. That's why a lot of things that I kind of predicted earlier, now I don't think are true, because I feel like if I were right about them, they would have teased them more. Norm stuff, they're kind of working in my favor. We'll see if I'm right about the Norm thing. I want to be right about that so bad. I'll feel so smart, but it's so wild at this point. Okay, now, I will look at chat. Okay, Midnight Whimsies. I discovered I was on the spectrum due to it, but I was for sake of privacy and legal quality assurance inspector at Vault Tech Industries. Yeah. Discovered you were on the spectrum due to the Norm video. Oh my god, really? That's like a weird honor. One of the positive impacts that I would like to have on the world is helping people who don't know they're autistic understand that they're autistic. Because if you are autistic, it answers so many fucking questions. It's just the clarity that comes when, because people who aren't autistic don't get how weird it is. That's kind of a wisdom comes from contrast sort of thing. Like, once you see this is what's different about my brain than everybody around me, then it's so much easier to just understand like why other people are the way they are compared to you. Okay. This point about Reg reminds me of a conversation I had recently with a friend about my journey learning social skills. When I was emulating neurotypical folks, I wasn't really learning. Yeah. Eventually, after unmasking, I was able to learn the skills properly by embracing all of me. Yeah. Once you know what's going on, it's so much easier to figure out how to interface in a way that's not at your own expense. now I get the power of social skills, but also radical candor and straightforward communication. Yeah, and going to the karma hit thing, like I keep talking about, there's goodness and badness, and it depends on the context, and you can make a judgment call of, should I mask in this situation or should I not? Because there comes a point in time, like, Lucy unmasking at the Legion camp. That was a time for some bullshit. Like there's when you're in a hostile environment that's not going to respect your candor, give you any like all you're doing is giving them information to use against you. Like if you choosing to mask and having to mask are very different things. I like your point about leaving the culture. I find some solace in hanging out with fellow oddballs and punks. The LGBT community has been great for this, but you can't opt out entirely. You have to you basically have to choose your own relationship with it. And that changes everything. Like, I can't really opt out of capitalism. And also, I'm a domesticated farm animal. I'm not really sure I could. So, reminds me of V a bit. I just want the world to know I was here, that I mattered. Yeah! Thank you for the cyberpunk reference. Yeah. That goes back to what I was talking about last week about cyberpunk versus Fallout. Fallout is about humanity, and cyberpunk is about the individual. It's about your soul. Fallout asks, what are you gonna do to the Mojave? What's the Mojave gonna be? But cyberpunk asks, what are you gonna be? And assuming you cannot change the world, how are you gonna function in it? How many karma hits are you willing to take? What jobs are you willing to take out in Night City? I fucking love cyberpunk so much. Also, talking about a video game gives you a bit of a cushion. It's easier to talk about hard stuff in fiction. Absolutely. Yes. Midnight Whimsies. This is why I'm using Fallout as well. It's the perfect lens to use to talk about politics without overtly doing so. It's therapeutic as fuck. Yeah. I had an idea for a Fallout fanfiction story that I'll never finish a Fallout fanfiction story. There's too many other things going on in my life, and I put way too much of myself into it. You know what I would finish a story for? If I was collaborating with modders who were, like, making a game, essentially, like something like Fallout London, I would fucking love to write for something like that. Let's get the word out here right now. People who are doing, like, mod quests and want, like, writers, especially if there are quests that will impact the rest of the game. Like, the New Vegas fanfiction that I've been working on. If I could get people to actually put that fanfiction story in New Vegas, that would be fucking incredible. Incredible. It would make me so happy. Public figures, especially those belonging to marginalized groups, should be allowed to have bad takes. We can and should hold people accountable if necessary, but purity testing is bad. Yes, the puritanical thing. And it's a huge problem. I talk a lot about power differentials, and an unfortunate thing that happens with marginalized communities is they go, I can't push up because they're going to ignore me, but I can look at creators in my space, equal or less power, and I can boss them around. So because of that, progressives, we eat ourselves. We eat ourselves all the time. And everybody makes fun of us for it. Like, conservatives, granted, they can do this because they have so much more social power, but if you show up to a conservative and be like, okay, I'm down with Trump, and I'm down with I hate money, but the gay stuff, I'm not with that. The conservatives will be like, close enough, But progressives are like, oh my god, you used the wrong word, It's just because I talked about this a little bit with Davey on the show, and how he's like nitpicking about how we can't walk around in the halls because he just has nothing. He has no family. He has no purpose. He just needs somebody to fucking hear what he's saying, Like, he just needs to be heard. He just needs people to be cared about. But Stephanie, like everybody else, is like, well, why are you bothering me with this? There's nothing I can do about it. And that's kind of an offshoot of, frankly, like, masculine. As a masculine person, I still think that this is true. Masculinity is like, what do you want me to do? And then femininity allows space to just be nurturing what is, and that's why masculine and feminine energy needs to, like, I think one of the biggest problems with our culture is just, and I've talked about this in the Brotherhood of Steel Masculinity video, that masculinity needs femininity, and the rejection of femininity is a huge cultural problem. Um, so, oh snap! You missed the start. You can watch the thing later. You can watch the VOD, the recording. Did someone mention synths? We did. Don't know when I'm going to get to that. That is going to be a very, very sensitive video. I say a lot that Mr. House is my favorite Fallout character, and he is. But Nick Valentine is also my favorite Fallout character. I can't say they're tied. It's like they're both my favorite on a different metric. Mr. House is my favorite character because I think he's the most entertaining and the most interesting, and I relate to him a lot. His brain works a lot like how my brain works. I have sort of a supervillain backstory. It's kind of incredible that I'm not evil. Like that thing I was talking about, how I care deeply about my impact on other people. If it wasn't for that, I would be evil. I'll tell you a character that just really fucked me up because I'm like, why do I relate so much more to the villain of this show than I do the protagonists? And that is Silco from Arcane. Dude, if I was okay with getting everybody addicted to drugs, because that's really that's the only thing that he did that I'm like, no. If I was okay with crossing lines like that, I would be evil. Because this whole thing about like living in this time and space where in order for me to do what I'm good at, I have to, be a leader and have a bunch of followers, and how uncomfortable I am with that. That doesn't just apply to me having weird thoughts that I am persuasive and powerful. I have a power to me that exists independently of, like, in the social construct, in the matrix, I'm powerless. I'm broke. I'm not well connected. But, like, on an animal level, like if you and I were in the same room and you were doing something that I had a problem with, I could make you fucking stop just by telling you to stop. I don't, this is one of the reasons why I've actually been so lonely, and why I've, not functioned well socially, is because people see that, and this is something that hurts me very deeply. People see that and they don't go, oh, this is a person that would really fight for me, that would really stand up for me if I was hurt. No, they see that and they see a threat, and then they start kind of covertly, and people treat me like a threat, and people treat me like I'm fine. Like I could be like on the ground crying in front of these people, like bleeding out, and they would be like, but you're Lindsay, you're fine, get up. Like I have received very little compassion because people see that power and they're like, come on, in this world with that power, he'll fucking, despite that, I'm not a villain. I care about whether or not I hurt people. Like for the longest time, I thought, these kind of narcissistic influences on my life really had me convinced that, I had like some sort of imposter syndrome. They're like, no, if you get up and you say, we're going to do this thing and everybody follows you, then that's on them. And I'm like, I feel like if people are following me, then I have a responsibility to those people. So it wasn't that I had imposter syndrome. It's that I was being responsible with my impact on other people. Some of these assholes could use a little imposter syndrome because they are fucking imposters. I talked about this in one of the videos about Norm. I was like, no, he's learning the hard way. It's not, you don't get places. Quintus says, power's not given, it's taken. Norm got all those Vault Tech people to follow him because he just stood up and announced he was the boss and they just listened. That's how it actually happens. I'm not comfortable with doing that, but I could. The world is so lucky that I don't. Gen 3 synths are, lore breaks. Uh-oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you guys have any interest, watch the Johnny Silverhand video at the Dinztopia channel, because it's exquisite, the amount of detail. Like, I went and bought lore books, or tabletop books, to make that video. So when I do it, I'm going to be really fucking serious. Luckily, I have enough Fallout friends, and now all of you, Maybe I'll put like a post and be like, okay, everybody, go off. What's all the lore inaccuracies on the Fallout TV show? Make a starter list. I really, really, really want to do it. I've wanted to do it for a while, but now it's like, okay, that'll be the next big project after the Fallout TV show's over. Gen 3 synths are one of the most weirdly misunderstood things to me. Like, a surprising amount of fans think they're just like Gen 2s with better fake skin. I will keep that in mind. I didn't really know that people didn't know the difference, but now that I do, I'll file that away. Okay. I've really got to work on being genuine, but efficiently filtered how you are. I just stomp into the minefield and piss everyone off with my hot takes. That's a part of the process. Don't beat yourself up for that. Because that's one of the reasons, I talk about Maximus the way that I do, is Leroy Jenkinsing into Vault 4 is how he learned not to do shit like that. You learn to refine and recalibrate every time you learn what pisses people off, and then you start filing away all these little tricks. Why do people assume the person that wrote on the chalkboard knew what they were talking about? Okay, I would be with you if it was in the game. It's different when it's on a TV show. Like, because in a video game, there's like so much lore and things are so spread out and you're choosing the direction of the story as you go. So like you kind of create the emphasis on things and how, like, when, the example I always think of for this is when Mr. House said that cats went extinct. We know that that's not true. So, but granted, based on the understanding that he had of the post-Wasteland world, it makes sense that he would have thought that, and it isn't, it doesn't really hurt the story or create anything inconsistent, So, in a TV show, when they're when they're following a story and they're really focusing on something like that, that means it matters. It's not just set dressing, If we found out later that whoever wrote on the chalkboard wrote the wrong date, it would become a plot point that they would have to resolve, as opposed to in a video game when it's something that you walk by. So, not played Cyberpunk, so I haven't seen the Silverhand video, but I really liked the Benny and House video. Yay, thank you! I bled for that video. I bled for it. I love that video. And okay, oh yeah, another thing about the Silverhand versus Benny thing. So, the Benny and House video, despite how much fun we're having, it has like 8,000 views. The Johnny Silverhand video has like 100 and something. Actually, I don't even know. The unreliable narrative of Johnny Silverhand. The Johnny Silverhand video has 135,000 views. 135,000 views. It is the biggest video that I think I've ever done that, like, it was mine. Like, I worked on other people's videos that got... Because I actually make videos for a living. That's literally my job. So, which is why, like, oh, she came out of nowhere and her videos are so professional, because I've been doing this for 20 years. So that's another reason why I don't want to lose sight of that channel, because it is, it's bigger than anything I have on this channel. But it doesn't have the through line, the enthusiasm, the community, and what, like I said, that's, more important to me. But I still love making those really polished, really intense videos. I love synths. Looking forward to that video. Yeah, I said this last week that for all the shit that Bethesda gets, I think that was their best contribution to Fallout lore, is the synth. Such a good concept. And there's so many things about the synth concept that I love. I love that nobody knows if somebody is a synth until they die. So as long as you are alive, you don't know. I love that. I love that synths aren't sure if they're synths. I love how they made the railroad fucking complicated. Because that could have been like another, like, oh, bunny rabbits, they're heroes. No, but the erasing the memories issue is a fucking issue. So I thought that was really good. I'd be interested in collaboration with you for some sort of creative project. I love it. If it makes sense, we should. I am jonesing for some collaboration and creation. I'll just see what makes sense of what we can do together. I love your voice. I know you said in your thing that you have a situation, but It's relaxing as hell. um, if the circumstances aren't desirable, but trying to play COD, I guess Call of Duty, but everyone's playing as the ghoul, and his voice lines are all ripped from the show, and he says, "Thank you, darling, for everything." Oh, that's annoying. I really would. Greg is a fan. Thank you so much. Really enjoying hearing your thoughts. Thanks for sharing your knowledge, opinions, and creativity. Thank you. I will keep doing it as long as people fucking listen to me. Thank you all for listening to me. Yeah, aren't Gen 3 synths more like replicants in Blade Runner, where they're lab-grown organic humans rather than advanced robots? I'm gonna hold off on answering that until I'm absolutely certain. But I actually don't know how synth programming works and what like a synth component is. It's just the thing that you find. I feel like I want to dive deeper into that. Hell yes, and thank you, and I love yours as well. Ah, thank you. And that would be kind of a fun thing for a collaboration between us, because I think our voices are so different. Because I'm really fast and loud, and you have this like chill, almost ASMR adjacent sort of thing. Anybody out there, if you haven't, watch Midnight Whimsy's video. I posted it, and is a very good example of what I want to get out of this channel and what I want to get out of this, that's more important to me than making money or being famous. I just want it to make enough money that it can fund my life. That's along with the other things that I'm doing, but like it's I just want it to make what I put into it. So going back to my list. Man, I've actually really got through all of that stuff about why I don't want power. I really think I covered it all. I really didn't think I would. Maybe there's something about like actually doing the stream and actually having the energy of the people in chat giving me the dopamine that I need to tie my thoughts together. Okay, so I think I'm gonna take 5 in a second. I actually, last time I was like, okay, I know I need to take a lot of breaks doing this, but I was like, I'm confused about what to do with my breaks, because my dopamine is like, I just want to get back on there. So I have this resistance band to sort of wiggle and sort of fuss with to get my blood back moving. I love your chain. Thank you. I actually have 2 of these. One of them, not this one, but another one I actually got at Fallout Fan Celebration 2023? The second one. Whatever the second one was. But I'm gonna load up the screen. But I wanted to talk about some comments. I kind of wish there was a way to like really quickly like have a video up and then like send a comment to the stream. I feel like, maybe they're third-party workaround things, or I could just put I don't want to just like put a window in the corner that has the comments, because I'd rather it be like targeted and have it be specifically the comment I want to talk about. But zoomies. You can definitely elaborate on concepts in depth, and I enjoy that. We will have to touch base and see what aligns. Yes. And the writing was really good in your video too, like the way that you worded things. I was really excited to hear. I love when somebody says something that hits, that makes sense, but they word it in a way that I've like never heard before and never I never saw it that way before. Like, I think toward the beginning, like one of the opening kind of lines of your video, you say something like, responsibility spread too thin. And I fucking loved that. It was great. I do have to go. I work night shift this week, so I won't be able to comment much, but I will be listening. Yay, well, it was fun chatting with you, and let's definitely stay in touch. That's another reason why I don't want to get, like, super famous, right? If I had too many followers, we wouldn't be able to have as personal a relationship because it wouldn't be safe. Google is bad landlord who does not make good features. Um, I wonder a lot of the time with that, like, because sometimes I feel like Google should have a feature that it doesn't. Sometimes it's like, okay, the infrastructure of the system would be hard to implement, like the issues that Bethesda has with, I want to say cars, but I feel like there's a better example of that. Oh, cross-platform. Basically, like, there's something about the infrastructure, about the way 76 is built, where that just can't happen. Like, they would have to gut the whole game. And sometimes just the way things are organized sort of happen that way. I'm assuming something like that happened with the ghouls. If you guys haven't played 76, there's an annoying thing with ghouls where, there's a whole bunch of quests in the game that treat you. I talked about this last week. There are a whole bunch of quests where people treat you and their dialogue no longer makes sense. And the way they interact with you would no longer make sense if you were a ghoul. So you have to, like, go get a disguise. And it's really confusing because it's like, I have power armor and I can put on different outfits and, like, why, would I have to go to this place? It's because I need to, like, reboot this thing in the back end that tells the game that if you see the Brotherhood of Steel, they'll just start shooting at you instead of talking to you like you're a human and making no sense. So, it's a goofy mechanic, and the outfit they put you in is ugly, and I hate it. But there's some things that are just like that, And so a part of that whole expanding my worldview thing was like, okay, if I see a thing and I'm like, I have no idea why they would do it this way, I tend to assume there's stuff I don't know. And I just get that vibe from a lot of Google stuff, that there's, especially because there's so many connected things. Like, oh my god, going from the way Google used to be, and then Google Plus, and then I guess that kind of fell apart. But the way that accounts and linking of accounts, Facebook Meta stuff is a clusterfuck. Like, if you've had an old account and then the way that your account has to function, it has to function differently, and the media landscape changing, there's a lot of really clunky shit because they're building it on old systems because they're responsible for other people's data. Perfect example of, like, having a lot of responsibility for impact that you're, like, not grasping. These Silicon Valley bastards, they're just like, oh my god, there's all this money, and there's just no forethought of the impact that they're having on the fucking world. There's just like, well, we didn't do it for that, so it's not our fault. It's not our fault how people use it. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Gah. Riddle me this. If you hadn't rolled this shit out, would these problems have happened? Fucking... Ugh. Friends in tech industry tell me that Google is an organizational shit show nowadays. Awful place to work, apparently. And that shows in the products they put out, apparently. Yeah, it's, there's a lot of... Corporate culture doesn't work, y'all. It doesn't. It's, I mean, I guess it depends on how you define work, but, it's not in alignment with human nature. That's one of the things that's so obnoxious with a lot of these people who are, like, have the attitude of these dudes in the, I guess, this graphic, is like, they think like capitalism is like the real world. And if you're not, like, doing things according to, these structures, like, people just don't get that we have a choice. People think that, like, man-made reality is reality. They can't tell the difference between a tree and a dictionary entry of the word tree. They don't know which one's real and which one's not. It's the Matrix. Is 76 worth playing solo? I've never played 76. My honest opinion to that is it is if you have Fallout first, which costs money. But I think that if you're playing by yourself without Fallout first, you will run into annoyances. They ruined the saving to playlist feature. You can now only add one video at a time before the dialog box closes, and reopen it again if you want to save a video to another playlist. What? Really? I'm gonna be so mad if I stumble onto that. Apparently, they heavily incentivize pushing out half-baked features for advancement, and staff are super overworked. Yeah! It's almost like that stuff I was saying about covert narcissists, Stephanie. It's never enough. They always need more. you know, and Bethesda is kind of reflects a lot of that same behavior. But it's a multipolar trap thing. Everybody's stuck in it. And everybody wants to keep their jobs. And in order to do that, they have to compete. And in order to compete, they have to constantly innovate. And it's like, do we really need graphics in games to get any better than Cyberpunk 2077? Like, can't we just like and the fans have said a million fucking times. They've said it a million fucking times that they want things to work well. They want the game to not break more than they want these new and exciting features in a map that's like the size of Texas and like no, just make it just work, please. But it's the multipolar trap thing, you know, if they don't cross the threshold of the latest technology, then somebody else will. They will buy out all the advertising. You know, a lot of this sort of competitive capitalist culture stuff, it really hinges on the idea that people will vote with their wallets, right? It's like House's first line of dialogue at the beginning of season 2 is every dollar spent is a vote cast, right? But that doesn't take into consideration the baseline conditioning and pressures that are on the person. People will make I don't want to get too far into I feel like I don't want to get too far away from Fallout. I don't want to get too deep into politics, but culture war never changes. When I do that video, I think I really am just going to copy that Amazon thing that I put in the recent one and have it be in both videos. Because now that I've said all of that, culture war never changes feels really incomplete without that point about Amazon. A line from the Culture War Never Changes video that I am really excited about, maybe I've said this before, it's a good one, is calling someone a hypocrite for taking corporate money to complain about corporations is like calling a prisoner a hypocrite for complaining about being in prison. I think that really sums it up. Like, fun Lindsay fact, I cannot remember if I've mentioned this before, but for most of my life I wanted to be a movie director, specifically a music video director. I have a bachelor's in radio, television, film, and I went to Hollywood to live my Hollywood dreams, and I gave it 6 years. So a lot of this insight about business, capitalism, power differentials came from that experience, and I quit and left, and because I fucking hated it, and I would not live that way. And I'm really glad I went, because I won't spend my life wondering, like, oh, what if I had gone to Hollywood? I know it would have happened. And what I'm capable of saying now that I didn't quite have the words for at the time I decided to leave is, I am not willing to take the karma hits that I would have had to take to succeed out there. That thing I keep saying about, you know, power isn't given, it's taken. You know, you get the job by just standing up and announcing you deserve it. Didn't want to do that. I was just like, no, that's stupid. And I feel like an asshole, because I would be an asshole. I don't want to manipulate weak-minded people to get my success. I want to have a connected, informed, equal community of people who care and think about things as much as I do, and we can be honest with each other and share resources and collaborate without anybody having to overpower anybody else. That's the number one reason I'm not that successful in life, is because I refuse to be overpowered and I refuse to overpower other people. But Annie Lennox said it best. Some of them want to use you, some of them want to be used by you, some of them want to abuse you, others want to be abused. I was like, man, I didn't get what that meant, now I do. Google used to allow people personal project time. That led to Gmail and a bunch of other big Google products. Not anymore. Yeah. That mindset kind of made me mad in California. It was my personal responsibility to recycle, bring my own bags when shopping, limit water usage, but corporations, they could do what they want. Yeah. That is actually a really complicated point. I'm gonna think more about that. Because on one hand, oh yeah, like that's really you know what, that's actually a really, really good point to connect to. The Amazon thing was like a really extreme example in the most recent video. But when I was talking about people are going to be more likely to follow the rules if they feel like corporations are following the rules, but because, yeah. The only remarkable thing about Google's corporate bullshit is that they used to be considered an exception to the toxicity, though to be frank, they did have other toxicity. There used to be a sign that said don't be evil, and it's not there anymore. I don't know how many years it's been gone. If y'all look up a man by the name of Tristan Harris, one of the few, like, real human beings that's not a fictional character that I truly admire. Long story short, he worked for Google, and he's like, we're destroying people's brains with this shit. And they were like, okay, we're gonna give you a cute little corner where you could do your ethical investigations. And then he realized, I'm being put in a fucking corner. I'm not actually, influencing anything. They're just keeping me busy. You know, basically, basically Google did to Tristan Harris what Betty did to Reg. Go have your support group. You know, because you'll be out of the way and be busy. And so Tristan Harris said, fuck that, and he quit, and then he started the Center for Humane Technology. So, guy's a BAMF. He's the real deal. I admire him a great deal. In fact, if you go to my website, zamdenga.com, the link is in the description. There's a section on the website called Media Timeline that has, like, my career, like, basically everything I've done, and there is I think an hour-long video about Tristan Harris. I look very different in that video. This was during the brain crash, before still suffering from identity disturbance. So I look very different. It'll be shocking. But I actually feel like I owe Tristan Harris a lot for the person I became. I needed to see that. All the shit that I'm talking about with power differentials and seeing that people, obey, like I said, something like people don't admire bravery in real life, that sort of cynical shit that I say. Tristan Harris is a real guy, a real person who made a choice that I'd never seen anybody make in my life. There's a movie on Netflix, a documentary, The Social Dilemma. If you haven't seen it, I recommend it in general. That movie talks about Tristan Harris a lot. And, you know, like the way at the end of The Privilege Ignorance, I got really emotional about Lucy. I got, like, really mad at her when she left the ghoul on the ground with the rad scorpions. Because I was like, I need to see her figure it out. The Wasteland needs her to not, fuck this up. I feel like, so it was really important for me to see somebody in real life who would make a choice like that, to remind me that I'm not the only thinking person. A lot of autistic people feel this way. They're like, everybody else is just going with the flow, and I'm sitting here trying to think about what's happening. And I'm constantly socially ostracized because they're like, stop thinking. Stay plugged into the matrix. Keep, you know, I have my own version of the okie dokie faith. I'm gonna stop ranting. You didn't rant that much. I feel like I caught up. Okay, our choices are quite limited when it comes to voting with dollars. Yes. It's, I keep wondering if I want to, like, go off on the tangents. I actually probably should take my first little break in a little bit, after I'm finished with what's in the chat so far. I just want 60 frames per second and the game to look decent. Also, how much better can graphics truly get? Yeah. They, like, just make something not broken. Like, that's noticeable to the naked eye and not just a benchmark test pixel count, yeah. Like, for the stuff that I was doing, one of the things I do on the Dinztopia channel is something called Gamespaces. And I really crank everything up for that because those are scenery videos. And honestly, I think my Gamespaces videos are fucking awesome and also underrated. Like I've seen other, location tour videos that aren't shot as well, that don't put the amount of effort that I put in. Sometimes the algorithm like boggles my mind. It's cool that the Silverhand video got like 130 something thousand. However, the Benny and House video getting 9,000 by comparison is odd. My only theory about that is it must be the Benny and House video must be getting flagged by some sort of AI control thing, because the thumb looks really AI and there's a lot of AI in the video. Still stand by it as not AI slop. Everything is so human intended in that video, it's ridiculous. And also, I like using AI for certain things. As far as the impact of my whole karma hit thing, I have very strict rules. I talked about this last week of when I use it, when I don't, and why. And I think that we need to not treat independent creators with the same scrutiny that we treat corporations who use AI. Also, gentle prod to Lindsay that you said you were going to take a break. Ah, thank you. Yes. Lucy is lucky the ghoul needed her to bargain with. Is she? Maybe I do need a break. Maybe, okay. I am taking a break, and I will be back in a few minutes. So, I would love to have more questions, and also, I think after this, I want to talk about, right. All right, I want to talk about, follow up on stuff that was discussed in the previous video. Okay, catching up on chat. I also had to take the doggo outside, and I'm glad I did, because apparently she had to poo. That would be sad if she had to poo. Quick catch up on chat. Also, chat, this is a reminder that if you're here, if you have above average likelihood of being dehydrated, yeah, that's another thing. Is I was like, I have a soda and I have a coffee. I feel like I need something thirst quenching as well. Or take a sip from one of the drinks that are sitting beside you. I have three. A fellow beverage goblin. Have you seen that? If you haven't seen Beverage Goblin, look that up. You won't regret it. Do not, my friends, become addicted to water. It will take hold of you and you will resent its absence. Woo! Oh, if I had an infinite amount of time, I would love to analyze. As far as, like, the stuff that I'm talking about with, like, corporate power and stuff, the, safeguarding of the water. Don't want to go off on too much of a tangent. Take sip from canteen, yes! Oh my god. I should have an animated... I should put that in the corner of this stream. I'm adding that to my notes. Where, like, every 30, 45 minutes or something, take a sip from your Vault 13 canteen. That would be so fucking funny. I think game graphics are at the point where they can be quite close to cinema quality, so further improvements are mostly not as dramatic as they were in the past. Yeah, like, how much better could it possibly get? Too late, already addicted, and addict all price hikes. I fucking love mead. I once tutored a beekeeper's son and got a heck ton of honey and made some. It took 2 years to age and was mostly drank by me and friends in a week. Oh, that's cool. Thanks for the stream, loving it. Yay, you're welcome. Check out Oliver's Camelot mead if you get the chance. They are out of Indiana. Great, simple, easy drinking mead. I think I've had mead before and I thought it was too sweet. I don't know. I'm not a big honey person. No, it's very healthy and I wish I was. I'm in the UK, so unfortunately too far for me. There is an... Oh, what time is it for you? So I should probably get round to checking that out. Okay. Wiping my little nose. So, alright. I want to add the add canteen animation. That is hilarious. Okay, so continuing conversations from the episode. Okay, so topic 1, the Enclave. This was actually a really good example of rupture and repair. A very, very tiny example of rupture and repair. So I talk a lot about how I'm an imperfect person and I want to be... My authenticity is more important to me than being perfect. So this is... I made a mistake. I made a little mistake here. A very typical meme mistake that comes from... I think I've gotten a couple comments before where people are getting a vibe from my content and a lot of things I get angry about, and the intro that I have been treated like shit in comments before. And so there can be sometimes a little bit of a trauma response where I interpret something as hostile that isn't. By the way, pro tip, if anybody out there ever struggles with, I just left a comment saying something and the creator got mad, everybody's so sensitive. I swear to God, if you say something that's just, you know, a correction or an update or, but what about this sort of thing, anything that like disagrees with the video, if you start the comment with great video or great post and then you say the thing, it totally changes the tone of how we will read it. But if you just dryly put this thing, you know, people can say all day, well, I shouldn't have to coddle people's emotions. Yeah, well, sorry that the English language also includes emotional tone, but it does. So, yeah, that's one of those things we were talking earlier about when to mask and when is it worth it, you know, pick your battles. And I think that saying something like that at the top of a comment is worth it for the change. Because, yeah, just because you're nice, you're such a good person, doesn't... If the other person's experience is predominantly people being hostile, then, you know. I can't find it. But anyway, I'll just tell you the story. This is what happened. So, one of my first comments on this video was something like, what about the, like, you never mentioned the Enclave? Like, what, you're not gonna mention the Enclave? I'm like, I had busted my ass for, like, 48 hours nonstop since I watched the episode. And, you know, put everything else in my life aside to, and the video was 20 minutes long. And I covered everything that was relevant as far as I could see it at the time. And, like, the first comment was, what I missed? That pissed me off. So, I responded with something like, sheesh, you know, all this shit, and but I didn't mention the one thing that you wanted me to mention. Excuse the hell out of me. And then the person responded and was like, oh, that was tongue-in-cheek. Sorry about that. You know, the video's great, blah, blah, blah. You know, I'll take the karma hit or something, which was kind of nice because it was like kind of an acknowledgement to something that I said in the videos. And then I felt like a dick because I realized, you know, to be fair, if I posted that video and one of my best friends messaged me and was like, what, no mention of the Enclave? I would have been like, shut up, dude. You know, I didn't cover everything, and I would have not, because if it was somebody that I was close to and I had surrounding context of the kind of relationship that I have with that person, I would have had a more generous assumption. And I literally have that thing at the beginning of the video saying I want to create a culture where we have generous assumptions of people. So I was like, I don't feel good about my assumption that this person was being a dick. So I replied back to them and said something like, you know, no, to be honest, you know, I could have done my part to interpret that more generously. I get a karma hit too. Karma hits all around. And we're friends! So going back to the, so I just thought that was a good example of a way of, exhibiting my values in the wild. Like, I wish that Fallout fandom had more interactions like that. We don't necessarily have to be perfect and civil and take shit, and if our feelings are hurt, pretend we're not hurt, but, you know, I still want to be a person that stands up for myself when I am being disrespected, you know? But moments like that when, you know, we clear it up and we don't double down and be like, well, I had the right to assume this thing about you. I'm like, no, I could have been more generous. I think that those little micro moments are significant, in the whole end goal of, you know, being more trusting and more civil. So going back to the idea of the Enclave, and this is something that I didn't get to in the video, was recently I went back and I rewatched the, I mentioned earlier, I rewatched season 2, episode 1 to see, like, if there's things that I noticed that I see more clearly now. Because there's lots of things that are clearly planned really far out in advance. So now that we're this far in, I was like, is there anything that, if I had known what was coming, I would have noticed this? Like, one of my favorite examples of this is when Lucy meets Ma June, and she's like, all 10 fingers. That's great foreshadowing, because she wasn't always going to have all 10 fingers. I kind of indirectly referenced that in a recent video where I was like, remember when Lucy had all 10 fingers? And when I did the review of season 2, episode 1, when I did the video about that, I said it was pretty obvious at this point that Hank was talking to House, because he said, first it's the, you're probably alive because you watched out for every contingency, and then he says, I'm in Vegas, your old stomping grounds. And between those two things, he says, like, I can't think of a reason why the Enclave would refer to Vegas as their old stomping grounds. If anybody has anything to correct me on that, fine. However, he also, in that conversation with the radio, says, you all. House is a solo situation. Who is you all? I can't imagine referring to House as you all. House doesn't have a team. That's not his style. He has robots. So now I'm not so sure again, because one of the most exciting revelations about this episode is that House isn't the big bad, and now we're leaning into the stuff that, that creator who was in here earlier whispering something. Midnight Whimsies. I don't know why I said whispering. Midnight Whimsies, the video that they did, I don't know what the pronoun situation is, talking about the spread out responsibility, and that really feels like where Fallout is taking us. And I've been saying, I don't think I said it in any of my videos, but at least on my personal life, I've been saying forever, like, people are like, oh, the show made it official that Vault-Tec dropped the bombs. No, they didn't. They made it official that Vault-Tec wanted to drop the bombs. They did not say that they did it. They said that they wanted to. That is different. I think that what makes a ghoul go feral and who dropped the bombs are two things that should stay mysterious. I think it's important that we don't know who did it. It's a thing that should be debated, discussed, and never overtly said. And I feel like that's where the season is now going, is this, we all dropped the bombs. We all played our little part. And it can't be pinned on one specific big bad. It shouldn't ever be completely clear. And I think that the Enclave sort of always has this vibe of being in the background, being in wait, being mysterious, but I don't understand why. He would have said Vegas your own stomping ground if he was talking to the Enclave. I'm kind of excited about the fact that I don't know. But I think if we're looking at, it's no longer Mr. House who's the big bad, it is the Enclave that conspiracy, and they have already dropped Enclave shit. So it's funny, I was like, that's definitely Houses, and I'm like, no, it's definitely Enclave. I don't know. Maybe it's better that I don't know, but that's where I'm at right now. I'm gonna look at the chat briefly now. Oh, I saw that comment. I'm glad to see that they've apologized, though. I commented about a part you didn't mention, but that was because I commented right after watching episode 5 and hadn't finished watching your video. I'm actually pretty impressed with how many people seem to be watching the whole video before they actually comment. I don't generally expect it. Love the stream. I found out that I'm an undiagnosed beverage goblin! That's right. The internet can easily make us defensive. Yeah, sure can. In my job, we use the language of assume positive intent. I've heard that before. Yeah. If something seems to be hostile or insensitive, it may just be a result of misunderstanding, so attempt to clarify prior to judgment. I could stand to practice that. I'm glad you mentioned this comment, actually, because you made me ponder a thing, because I didn't see you as being unreasonable. I was surprised to see you say about taking a karma hit. If anything, my judge of how the karma situation looked was more like that commenter took a karma hit, and then you calling them out was them being notified of the karma hit. Yeah, it could be argued that, you know, I said if a buddy of mine said that, I would feel totally differently about it than if a stranger on the internet. So it would be fair to say, maybe they shouldn't be talking to a YouTuber like a buddy that they're like joshing. They don't really know me well enough to expect me to take that the right way. So it could be, it's a gray area thing. For me, it's like a pick your battles thing. There are people who are actually hostile and shitty to me, and I don't want energy like that to go to a person who like that, you know? The show actually supplied a lot of evidence that the Vault-Tec didn't drop the bomb. Feel free to expand on that. I don't disagree. I'm just curious what evidence you're referring to. Barb was making a sales pitch to House. Yes. That is a possible interpretation. But this got me thinking about how the karma hit framing is so shaped by it being situated in a single-player game. I guess if I was to frame this as a question, it would be, okay, do you think Moldaver is secretly the powerhouse of all this? That is a great question. I want more questions like that. I love it. No. I'm gonna go with no, because I think we're really going in that spreading across multiple people situation. I think Moldaver's kind of like the railroad, where the intentions are good. Sort of like enemy of my enemy is my friend. Like, Like the railroad is good in the sense that, you know, the institute is obviously a huge problem, and the slavery of mistreatment of synths is obviously a bad thing. But then we go back to the karma hit thing. The lines that the railroad crosses, what they think is the right thing to do in regards to synths, has such devastating consequences. And I think that really fits into the way to view Moldaver, especially when, you know, Kate says that line that I brought up, the hypocrisy is like violence in your movies. If only the bad guys use it, then the bad guys win. Moldaver is guilty of a similar thing that almost everybody is, that they think that if they cross certain lines in the name of goodness, that it's okay, because you have to cross those lines in order to win the game theory clusterfuck. And I think that Moldaver is willing to cross questionable lines. And I think jumping to conclusions and determining that House has to die when it's very likely now that House is not the problem is an example of why, you know, the hubris of the vigilante thing. It's like, if you know for sure that this person is bad, and the powers that you're used to obeying don't agree with you that that person is bad, you know, obedience is bad. But then if you're not listening to your primary overlords, who are you listening to instead? Know who you follow. Okay, so did you have to consider yourself to have taken a karma hit? Could you have alternatively considered their apology to be... Oh, absolutely. Karma hit, the way that I use it, totally depends on the values of the person in general. So, to make the point, a lot of the time I'll point to things that I sincerely think that everyone should think are bad, even though I know it's my personal opinion. Things like lying. You know, lying is bad, and if you lie, you should feel bad. Killing is bad, and if you kill, you should feel bad, right? So I use those as kind of anchor point examples because I'm just kind of assuming that this audience in this cultural context is going to agree lying and killing, not great. And I use that wording, is bad and you should feel bad, instead of saying it's wrong and you should never do it. Because the point I'm trying to make when I talk about karma hits is, just because you have to do a thing doesn't mean it's bad. I'm basically trying to guide people into recognizing that just because you have to do a quote-unquote bad thing according to whatever your moral framework is, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're an evil, lying hypocrite and that you should shame yourself. You can still know that in your heart you believe that an action is bad, but still choose to take it if the situation calls for it, because I believe that's the only way to function in the modern world. I think that one of the reasons the world is so fucked up is because people have to do things that have a negative impact, because that's just the way our social system is set up. And they don't examine the badness or try to control how often they engage in the badness, because they go, well, that's just what I have to do to survive. It's not my fault I'm in this system. They're right that it's not their fault that it's in this system. But if you lose sight of the fact that it's bad, then you'll do it all willy-nilly. You should feel bad if you have to do these things, because if we don't have any internal stoppers or any internal resistance to doing the quote-unquote bad thing, we'll do it to the end of the world. We'll just be lemmings walking off a cliff. So could you have alternatively considered their apology to be an offer of a trade almost, which you could accept to give them the Bosot? I don't know what that means. I hope it answers your question if I say that a part of my values is assuming positive intent and picking my battles with discernment. And like I was talking about earlier, I literally have at the beginning of the rules that I want to create a culture, especially because autistic people, a lot of neurodivergent people, have the most beautiful intentions, but struggle with, you know, a lot of social nuance stuff. So to make a better world for my neurokin, it's really important for me to assume positive intent as much as I can. And also, in the context of a YouTube comment, the price for assuming positive intent if I'm wrong is nil. That's a big part of it too. Like, let's look at like abusers and manipulative people. Like, an example that leaps to mind, I'm going to be very vague because I can't be specific because these are pretty awful people. So one time somebody saw my TikTok videos and they came to me and was like, I think you're really smart and you have really great ideas. We should work on this thing together. And I assumed positive intent because I was living my values, right? This person hadn't done anything to make me think that they would betray me. This person betrayed me spectacularly. So the stakes were high when I opened the door to trust in that moment. However, if somebody makes a comment correcting me about something and I feel rubbed the wrong way because I feel like they're being disrespectful to my turf, right? If I assume positive intent and go, thanks for sharing, what bad could come of that? This person isn't that entwined in my world, in my universe. What do I lose from assuming positive intent in that context? So my value set believes that if the stakes are low, assume positive intent. I failed to do that. So it was, maybe even karma hit wouldn't be the right, because I didn't really choose to make that. It's just a mistake. It's just a straight up mistake. It wasn't like even though this is not something that I would want to do, I'm choosing to do it proactively. So probably the reason I said karma hit is because, we were talking in lingo, but if we're really being strict about what I mean when I say that, it doesn't actually apply because it wasn't proactively chosen. I haven't really paid attention to the dates. Does the show take place after all the games so far? Haven't paid attention to the date. Sorry, that's beautiful. And I don't mean to laugh because like making fun of you. I'm laughing because so many people are so obsessed with the dates. And it's just kind of like, oh, it must be so relaxing to not be worried about the dates. Okay, here's how the dates shake out. So, the game, Fallout 4. Actually, I have a timeline graphic. So, Fallout New Vegas took place. I can hit you with these right off the bat. Fallout New Vegas took place in 2281. The show takes place in 2296. So, and supposedly the fall of Shady Sands happened in 2277, making it 20 years, or 19 years, before the show takes place. So, what's fucking everybody up is that if that happened, the fall of Shady Sands happened 4 years before Fallout New Vegas, which doesn't really make any sense because in Fallout New Vegas, people talk about Shady Sands like it's still there all the time. There's no acknowledgement of any disaster happening in Shady Sands 4 years prior. My headcanon, my lore break apologist brain, the way that I'm thinking of it, is that they're talking, when they say Shady Sands, that maybe they're talking about the political entity of Shady Sands. Like, when people talking about the U.S. government, they'll say, Washington said this, that's how they are in Washington. Or if people are talking about the film industry, they'll say in Hollywood. They talk about the entity, the industry, they refer to it by the name of the city. So it could be when they're talking about Shady Sands, they're talking about the political entity left over. And basically we can just pretend that all dialogue about the fall of Shady Sands just, it's like the iguanas that are all on all the sticks, right? We have to assume there are iguanas running around because there's iguana on a stick everywhere, even though we never actually see a rendered iguana in any Fallout game. Let's just assume that there were conversations about the fall of Shady Sands, they just didn't. Everybody was too busy thinking about what was going on in the Mojave to discuss that particular event. But I don't like it. I'm not a lore thumper, but I am lore faithful. That's how I'm going to differentiate this. Not all Christians are Bible thumpers, and not all lore faithful people are lore thumpers. Lore thumpers, when I use that term, I'm not just saying people who care about lore. I'm talking about people who attack people with it. Hey, sorry, I'm really happy to have made it. I'm glad you're here. Welcome aboard. Anybody who is here, you are invited to give me money. I love the super chats, and obviously if you ask me questions with the super chat, you will get emphasis, because I am a dancer for money. Okay. It just feels like, do you think Multiverse? It just feels like she's everywhere. I mean, she is, and we still don't know why she didn't age. Is she a synth? Was she in a cryotube? I'm down for everything. I don't think there's enough data to really say what she is right now. But I think they're teasing, considering this season is like really overlapping New Vegas, they've teased the Commonwealth a lot. So I wouldn't put it past them to put a season in the Commonwealth and do synthy shit. I would not put that past them at all. And so they could be holding the Moldava reveal that she's a synth, and waiting for that storyline to unpack later. But since synths have not been teased at all or foreshadowed at all, and it's all game fandom speculation, I don't care. That's a funny thing about, like, there's certain things that the fandom loves to debate and discuss and worry about that I just simply don't care yet. I don't care until the show teases something that, like, you would track that storyline in the show. Like, Enclave, they have dropped Enclave. Not dropped as in, I mean, like, dropped hints at Enclave. So things pointing to Enclave would make sense. And now they've brought FEV into the conversation, which was definitely speculated. I think that it is much more likely that Thaddeus is a mutant than that he is a ghoul. And then we're kind of approaching that because we saw in the teaser he has like this mouth on him, which I guess is kind of a spoiler, but another clip that I guess is kind of a spoiler that has gone around is Thaddeus having the conversation with the ghoul about how his nose hasn't fallen off yet. I don't think his nose is going to fall off. I think that he is mutating. So, sorry for the disjointed nature of my point. It split over 4 messages. It started with, if anything, and then apologizing, but that got me thinking, did you have to consider... Did I already address that? I think I did, and there's kind of a delay, sorry. If Vault-Tec dropped the bomb, 1, Janie Howard would not have been with Cooper. Interesting point. 2, bombs would not have detonated prior to House being ready. Fair. 3, Vault-Tec cryopods would have been full. Ooh. Really like that third one. The first one I'm iffy about just because this is actually kind of a thing that people have about Amazon too. Whenever Amazon makes a mistake, everybody goes, Amazon's so stupid. I'm like, Amazon is a huge company full with a lot of individual people. A lot of individual people who work for Amazon hate Amazon. But they're taking the karma hit because gotta pay the mortgage. They have kids. And people will do anything for their kids. Like, there's a lot of, like, people making decisions within Amazon that might not know everything that's going on. It's not a hive mind, you know? So just because Vault-Tec dropped the bombs doesn't mean that Barbara may have not been caught off guard when that decision was made. You know what I mean? But the cryopods being empty until the last fucking minute, that's a huge systemic... They weren't prepared for this. Like, that's not just one family. So I think you accidentally skipped the second part of my message, starting with, and then them apologizing. The thing I'm interested in more about is the reciprocity of interactions. Well, karma hits aren't... You asked about if it would be considered a karma hit and how I'm using that word. And I'm telling you that karma hits aren't about reciprocity. So if that's your question, then that's why I didn't answer your question, because karma hits aren't about reciprocity, they are about awareness of impact. But keep going with this. I want to make sure I'm dealing with what you're wondering about. Shady Sands was both a city and a state in the NCR. Yeah. I feel like Shady Sands is to the NCR as Washington is to America, right? Would that be fair? It could be. I always thought the iguana on a stick was made of people. That is just a really common theory that has a lot of backup. It's just like, it's a fun theory. I like that theory a lot. It's very amusing. But there are too many incidences. Like, most of the time we see iguana on a stick, it's like cubes on a stick. And in those instances, then yeah, it's funny to say that it might be people. But, like, there are other examples where you see an iguana. on a stick. Like, I think in the Fallout show, you see an actual iguana. Faye June, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Thank you. I do love doing this, and money helps. Thaddeus is a centaur. I think I've seen that debunked. Like, there are things about the centaur that couldn't apply to Thaddeus, but I don't know the details. What if Thaddeus turns into a super mutant? I feel like he would be turning green or something. I guess it's possible. I don't know what it looks, the physical, he has a mouth on his chest that doesn't, all ghouls are mutants, but not all mutants are ghouls. And also, weren't super mutants, like, they have to be, like, low radiation, I think? Like, is there a thing about that like, he was looking for vault dwellers to experiment on for that? But the opposite of karma hits exist. I mean, a karma plus. So that's when you're doing something that has a positive impact. I'm hesitant to jump into the discussion because I don't want to go over information that's already been discussed. Why not? So does an apology regain some of the karma lost in the initial hit? Yes. Yes, I would say so. Depends. Because there's some times where it's condescending. Because remember, at the end of that whole spiel, I kind of took it back where if you make a mistake, and it wasn't like an I'm willing to have this negative impact, despite the fact that I know it's a negative impact, because I've basically done the math and determined that it's worth it. And when I think of apologies, it's like a lot more like a mistake. Like, I didn't think that this negative impact was worth it. I didn't accept this negative impact. I just literally didn't know I was going to have it when I made this choice. So I'm going to apologize. So looking at it that way, if it's like just a mistake, I shouldn't have used the word karma hit, because the context in which I'm using that is, I know that this is in alignment with not in alignment with my values, but I have to honor bigger values by doing this thing. I'll give you an example that's in Fallout New Vegas. So, because this is something that a choice that my primary character made. So this is in regards to, which vault is it that has all the plants? I don't remember. If somebody knows. So, you can, you're tasked by the mad scientist to go and get the research about the plant work that was done in this vault. And then when you go there, you meet Keely or something. It's a ghoul researcher that was there. And that researcher was like, this evidence has to be destroyed. Because, you can't, but like, this is mad scientist shit. This guy can't be trusted with it. We need to destroy it. However, if you are with Veronica is looking for evidence of research that's being done to convince the Brotherhood of Steel to come out of hiding. So if you, Vault 22, thank you. So if you destroy that evidence, and some of the other, like, options, like, one of them is a gun, and the other one is, Archimedes. And those are, violent weapons, and this is just plant research. Of the three, it seems like the, less particular of destructive thing. So, but, like, this ghoul character, like, she, really isn't gonna let it go, and you're gonna get in a fight, and it's, like, not worth it if you, like, tell her, I'm, like, not gonna destroy this data. And so, you might value helping Veronica convince the Brotherhood of Steel to get out of hiding more than you value being honest with Keeley at this exact moment. So this is a moment in my story, in my fanfiction, where my courier takes the karma hit and decides to lie to her, saying that he destroyed the data, even though he didn't really, because he's taking it to help Veronica and the Brotherhood of Steel. So that is a good example of like a kind of thing that I'm referring to when I talk about karma hits. It is, you know. So I guess continuing with that example, if later Keeley was like, hey, you said you were going to destroy that and you didn't, yeah, you'd probably apologize. And I'm not sure, based on like sort of my framework, because the impact of lying to her happened. So apologies don't undo the damage that was done, the trust that was now broken. So I think when you take a karma hit, you shouldn't do so thinking, if I apologize, it's not so bad. Because you should apologize. It's not that it makes the karma hit less, but I think that it doesn't make a karma hit less, but it is a karma plus. Because your willingness to hold yourself accountable, this is the choice I made, this is why I did it, and I'm sorry I couldn't think of, like, sometimes it's like, it's not like, I'm sorry I did the thing, like I regret doing the thing. Sometimes it's just, I'm sorry I couldn't think of a better way. That's how I feel about a lot of things that I'm sorry for, in choices that I've made in life. Where I had to do something that hurt somebody, because when I looked at the big map, it was tricky little choices. It was and I am sorry that I couldn't find a solution that didn't have the negative impact that I did. Okay, so I was waiting to see what Thaddeus becomes. I've seen several theories about it and honestly couldn't say. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was talking about, things that I just like don't care about. And it's not that I don't care. It's more like I don't have enough information to sort of speculate and to analyze and to discuss. So I just am letting the story unfold and not thinking about it yet. And that is how I feel about which New Vegas ending is canon. But y'all, I'll be honest with you. I think there's a lot of undiagnosed autistic people in this fandom, and a characteristic of autism is monotropic thinking. And before I knew what autism was, I used to say that I'm a linear thinker. Like, sometimes I need to, like, put things in an order of cause and effect to understand them at all. Like, literally, all of my insight, everything that I talk about in all my videos is the result of me, like, having all this nebulous information in my head and making sense of it, and then I translate it and I talk. So I think there are literally autistic people out there who cannot make meaning of the events of the story that's unfolding until they know which canon ending we're working from. Like, they look at Camp Golf and they see, like, the NCR, and they're like, I can't make meaning of what I'm looking at and, what these people are doing or the context of this scene until I know, is this an NCR that won the Mojave or not? Like, and I think a lot of them get angry that need is not, like, respected or taken seriously, because everybody's like, it's not a big deal. It's like, no, I really can't, because these are get good guys that are will never admit that they're being emotional. They will never admit that they're confused. A lot of autistic behavior and rage comes from being confused. But if they say they're confused, then people are going to call them stupid. But if they're just like, this is bad and wrong, that's, like, the only avenue that they have, like, access to. And I feel for those people. They don't know what's going on. They don't know, they can't follow the events of the story. And you'll know, and this isn't just in Fallout fandom, this is lore thumpers in general, across all fandoms. People get so hostile about lore breaking because they can't make sense of what's happening if there's not a consistent framework. That's how autistic brains figure out what's going on. That's one of the reasons they hide in video games and destroy their social lives, and they hate, social justice warrior kind of stuff, because there's so much, they're expected to respect so many logical contradictions, and our brains just don't work that way. One prediction I have for the show is that I'm not convinced Cooper's wife and daughter are in the pods. Yeah, I noticed that too. I noticed that too. They were all foggy. We didn't see them inside. And they made it very clear to us that we didn't see them inside. I think that is fucking fair. I like it. Do you think Xander was actually killed because they left before they could actually look in to make sure the liquid could have been from the power armor? I think it would be annoying if he's not dead. I want him to actually be dead. Killing him was so significant to Maximus' story arc and where everything is going that if it's like, surprise, he's not dead, that would be cheap. I mean, he smashed his skull in pretty hardcore. So I'm going to say I don't know for sure, but I hope he's actually dead. Even though I really enjoyed Kumail Nanjiani's role. So, the Enclave 100% dropped the bombs. In Fallout 4, Pam says she sent false signals to the US government that said China had sent their missiles first and the United States government subsequently fired. Oh my god! I forgot about that. Pam. Gotta love Pam. I was going more along the line of the District of Columbia and the City of Washington, D.C. Yeah. Or if they are, they will be frightened by his ghoul appearance and scream. I think that is... It's going to be emotional when they reunite and see what he looks like. Man, I'm sorry it takes me so long to say... And now I'm seeing like you guys just after all of that said Vault 22 and I was talking about that so long ago. Sorry, Veronica, you're nice and all, but frick the Brotherhood. Yeah, that's a complicated... I love the relationship between the Courier and Veronica and the Brotherhood of Steel because... I don't know how many of y'all have in-laws. Sometimes you are favorable to a group of people, not because you like them, but because somebody that you love cares about them. LOL, I despise the Brotherhood. I do too. But, I don't know if there's like... But I kind of, if I think about it too hard, I pretty much despise every faction. Every faction has things that make me roll my eyes at them. Yes, even the followers, because they're fucking defenseless. Get in a vault! What are you doing? You're so exposed. God. I was talking to a buddy of mine and who, has a theory wanting a character to be followers of the apocalypse. Because he was like, it's just weird that we haven't seen them, given, everything we've seen in the show so far. I'm like, no, given everything we've seen on the show so far, it makes perfect sense why we haven't seen them. They got wiped out. There's no way. Okay, if the Securitrons collapsed on the Strip and Deathclaws after taking over the Strip, if the kings are ghouls, followers didn't make it, honey. No way. They had no defense. They had Beatrix with a gun. And we gave her a job as a prostitute at the Atomic Wrangler. For all the shit they said about House, he was really the only shot they had. I feel like apologies probably do undo some of the hit, but not at all. And if the material harm is super bad, then the karma plus might be lower relative to the karma hit. I mean, the bottom line, and this is what I said that first time where you said I didn't answer your question, it really depends on what your value set is, Like, for example, my value set takes lying a lot more seriously than a lot of people. Most people. I take lying very fucking seriously. And that counts like manipulation. If you say and do a thing because you want somebody else to do a certain action, and you do not disclose what action you want them to take, you just say and arrange the situation around them so that they do, I think that is immoral. But 1 million people do not agree with me on that. And we are constantly being manipulated. It makes me sick to my fucking stomach how many people walk around this world believing they are making sentient, informed, rational, free choices who are not. I'm not criticizing your original Karma hit response, quite the opposite. I appreciate that you inadvertently caused me to have interesting thoughts about morality and apologies. Oh, I will take that 100% how you meant it. Yeah, I didn't really feel, I got that vibe. I got that vibe from what you were asking. I think it's more like I was disappointed that I didn't give you a satisfactory answer. But we're cool. And I actually love questions like that. That's kind of the questions that I wanted for this stream. Is to explore stuff like that. I really enjoyed exploring that with you. Okay, so clearly it's a yes man ending because that is the funniest possible path. But we haven't seen Yes Man at all. You know what my headcanon is currently, even though, like I said, I don't care. I'm just letting the story unfold, and we will find out what the canon ending is when we have enough information to do so. I like the idea that the courier didn't make it to the dam. Like, the courier, like, got stuck at the Sierra Madre or Big Mountain. And just didn't make it the whole way to the end. We know that the courier got House the Platinum Ship because we saw Mark II Securitrons. I was talking about this briefly with a friend of mine, and I was like, well, technically, we don't know what House's contingency would have been if the courier had, like, died, and how, if he, like, if Benny had the Platinum Chip and the courier wasn't there to do courier stuff, maybe House would have gotten the chip from, maybe, like, cornered Swank or something. I don't know. Maybe he would have figured out another way to get it. But we know that he ended up with the Platinum Chip because of the Mark II Securitrons. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm waiting for. Like, I'm not, like, analyzing what ending I think is canon until I have more information. And those little clues I take seriously. So would there be a way to make it okay for them? I mean, for me, because the ending is open, we'd have to look at the show as if how it happened if the showrunners played the game. Like, you mean, like, was there a way to make it okay for, like, autistic people who are struggling to make meaning of the show? It's totally up to them. It's totally up to them. They have to step out of their psychological vault and learn to look at the show in a different way. That's the thing about, autistic brains are more, private, more isolated, and we can't just go with the flow of the holistic hive mind. So they even hint the Yes Man ending when Mr. House says that the house always wins because in the game you are the house. There's a theory that Xander is a synth. Okay, I heard one bit of evidence and it's just nothing, and that is that his name is Harkness, and Harkness is the name of the synth from Fallout 3. And don't get me wrong, people have made the argument that, like, that is not a common name. That is, it's a cool name. But it's, there are some times where it's like, okay, if it's just the name, it really isn't anything. But I see why people are taking that seriously, because it's kind of obnoxious. It's kind of like how in Cyberpunk 2077, there's a bar called Lizzie's, and then there's also a pop star named Lizzie Wizzy. And those two things have nothing to do with each other. And I think that was kind of a bad choice. There's actually, like, an NPC dialogue that you can listen to where people will be like, where somebody's correcting somebody, like, no, Lizzie Wizzy is this and Lizzie's is this. God, like, I almost wonder if, like, the production of the game, like, we're two different teams working on Lizzie Wizzy over here, and then they never, like, put it together, like, how can, because it has nothing to do with, they don't spell it the same. One is Lizzy, the other one is Lizzie. And that's annoying. So, I kind of wish they hadn't picked the name of the synth and sent everybody down this rabbit hole, because I see why people would look for a connection there. It's a reasonable assumption. But other than that, what other evidence is there? He's from the Commonwealth and his name's Harkness. Other than that, and that's just not interesting enough for me to sink my teeth into. My theory is that Barb is actually Enclave and will be forced to hate Coop because he's a ghoul, and it will cause massive complications for her to decide between her allegiance and love. That's possible. So maybe my first guess about the face in the window really was Enclave, and maybe it wasn't a Mr. House thing. Because a big part of why I thought that she was in cahoots with House was my misunderstanding about what the selling of Cold Fusion was. So that got basically debunked, my theory there. Still hanging on to hope of Vault 21, though. So I could see that. And that would also be a huge problem, because look at everything that Coop gave up just to find her, and then be like, I became a ghoul and survived all of this to find you, and now the fact that I'm a ghoul is why I'm gonna be endangering Janie in your new cushy situation at the Enclave? Bullshit. He is from the Commonwealth, the same code of Maxon, two set of The same code as Maxon thing is another one where I'm like, I think they're just suggesting Fallout 4 with that jacket. I don't know if that's a direct tie to Maxon. And the 2 sets of power armor. I'm gonna keep reading. I'm gonna see if you explain that more. I noticed that too. There's something about the 2 sets of power armor that feels significant. Like it could be like, here's why I think the 2 sets of power armor it probably means something. They have this exchange where he's like, I gotta get my, where Maximus is like, I gotta get my armor, and he's like, no, I have another set. And then they go. I feel like if that second set of power armor wasn't significant, they would have just cut the camera and implied that Maximus got his armor and then got on the thing. And then we would have seen that whole sequence, and Maximus would have had the scratches, and we would have known it was his. But because he had the second set of power armor, no, what I was just thinking doesn't work. But the point is, they didn't have to have him have an extra set, but they did. And so it would make sense to me, because that exchange of dialogue doesn't serve any other purpose. Like, it doesn't really add to the drama or the, because they do not waste real estate with the dialogue on this show. They do not. Like, every single word is so meticulously planned. They wouldn't just throw that in there. Considering she's the only character confirmed so far to notice, be aware of the Enclave watching the meeting between all the business people about the end of the world. Brotherhood, if that was Enclave and not House, but we'll find out. Brotherhood fun fact, in a low intelligence run in Fallout 1, when you talk to the Brotherhood, instead of getting the mission to the glow as normal, a knight sends you to the glow for no reason other than to die. You're right when she says we dropped the bomb, she's referring to the Enclave, not Vault-Tec. We dropped the bombs ourselves. We'll see. Arcade was a wizard with that plasma pistol, though. Arcade! That's my guy! Yes Man uploaded into the Lucky 38, of course. Oh, you mean like how the Mark II? Yeah, that's assuming that Yes Man, with Benny having the platinum chip, that's a good point. Benny having the platinum chip, if that's probably what he would have done next if we hadn't killed him. Wonder why he didn't do that faster, because we could leave Benny hanging for a long time with him just hanging onto that platinum chip. I wonder what he was waiting for. I figure they're doing the Bethesda special of main characters as the bare minimum lore requirements of the main quest and literally nothing else. No more sidetracking. Maybe the courier couldn't convince their brain to get back in their head and still the big empty. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing, like, the Stewie brain. Humorous sarcasm. Of course, the courier never escaped Dead Money DLC, everyone's favorite. Yeah, he just couldn't leave that big pile of gold. I actually did get trapped in when I played Dead Money. Like, I had a feeling like if I did this that I would get trapped in the vault, but I just wanted to see what would happen. And yeah, it ends the game if you pick the wrong option at the terminal. Yeah, those who are upset about the ending of the game versus the timeline of the show. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad that you're thinking in that direction of how do we make things easier for these people. We're going to talk about that a lot more in the Culture War Never Changes video. Basically, I'm going to talk about like my theories about, based on all the frameworks I'm talking about, what's going on with these people. And one of my main points of that is that it is their choice. They will stay in that vault until they choose to step out of it. And they're not going to choose to step out of it unless they are willing to trust us that we're not all lying to them and that we, like, I really, like, there's a section in there where I'm like, I don't think these people will listen to me. But if they did, this is what I would say. Just had a crazy thought. If anyone here remembers the leaks and sneak peeks, what if Thaddeus was in the power armor that was supposedly fighting the Deathclaws on the strip? Is there a clip in one of the trailers of the... I don't know. Okay, I don't find the name thing compelling. It feels like the fact that he's from the Commonwealth feels more weighty. Yeah, plus I want it to be true because synths are cool. I really think if they're going to introduce the synth concept, Moldaver would be the place to do it. Because we've been wanting to know why she didn't age this whole time. And they have not implied that she was in a vault. So far, the only way that we know about that a person could live forever is if they are cryogenically frozen or if they are ghoulified. There is hasn't been another option presented And so people know she's not ghoulified because look at her. So they're like, she could be cryogenically frozen, which is probably the assumption TV watchers are making. So that would be weighty if they were like synths, and that's the new thing they're introducing to explain. That would be the only thread. I haven't seen any other threads that point to synths where I feel like it wouldn't be just too out of left field. Whoa, mind blow. It never came to mind that Barb might be Enclave. Makes sense she could be, though. Man, I really liked the idea that she was working for House, but the latest episode sort of derailed my thing on that. I love the idea of Hank and Barb not actually being loyal to Vault Tech. And just sort of... Like the stuff I was just saying about Amazon earlier. Like, there are people who work for Amazon that aren't necessarily loyal to Amazon, you know? Then he said so he could crush his head with the less expensive CG. We'll see. I don't think that Amazon would mind spending money. I don't think they would like add a line of dialogue to save money on something like that. Can't you go full NCR and not even meet Benny? Like, what was he waiting for? Yeah, exactly. If he had access to Yes Man, and we were just not dealing with the Platinum Trip story at all, what was stopping him? I would actually love an answer to that question. Sins would complicate the plot a little bit right now for the average non-gamer, considering we haven't even gotten to Super Mutants and just now to Deathclaws. Yeah, Super Mutants, I'm running out of patience. I think I mentioned this in the last stream. Like, people who are watching the show and don't play the game don't get that Super Mutants are like just as common, pretty much, as ghouls. Like, they hit us with ghouls really fast, but they are taking their sweet ass time. Like, at this point, like, just seeing one walk down Freeside, like a fucking, like, there was a super mutant dude just hanging out in the west side of Vegas. You know, like... Oh, speaking of super mutants, I encountered Graham for the first time in 76 recently. Like, I've seen him, I knew there was a super mutant vendor running around. I'd never actually crossed paths with him before. Just recently did. I was like, hey. Hank and Barb are likely both Enclave. I think Hank is communicating or was trying to leave a message for the president of the Enclave, not House. Why Vegas your own stopping grounds, then? Why? I actually sincerely want an answer to that. Because the you all thing, I might be with you. I might be with you. But there is, like, no direct tie of the Enclave having old stomping grounds in Vegas. It could be possible that she was involved with the Institute, but they didn't have Gen 3 synths until they got Sean, which was 60 years before Fallout 4, so she probably isn't a synth. She could have been... Ooh, that actually leads to... I think I need to take another wiggle break, but that might be a really good segue to one of the other comments or ideas that I wanted to talk about, which is the non-biological house idea, and that is related to a proposal I'm about to make Moldaver. By the way, I'm not that attached to the idea of her being a synth. It's really more like, if there was a thread to introduce synths, I feel like that is a better one than Harkness. So I'm gonna wiggle and jump up and down and stuff. Wait, I see that somebody said something about Cabot. I've had that thought before too, but it's kind of like the other stuff where it'd be like too hard a left turn. But I have definitely considered the Cabot possibility. Also, this is really fun talking about these possibilities with you guys. I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Please don't go anywhere. We're having so much fun. I'll be back. Can I just say that, like, one of the things that I love so much about this show is that there's so many possibilities, that it's not obvious where it's gonna go. I think that's what they would call good writing, if I may say so myself. So, but it could still totally be written as Hank being in cahoots with House, Barb being in cahoots with only Vault Tech and Enclave doing their thing independently. If I were the showrunner, I know where I'd take it from here, though, as in linking Barb to Enclave, maybe some control management vault under Vegas for their upper members where Hank currently is. I love the idea of when we find out who Barb is in cahoots with, it being like, no way, really, that person? I really hope it's something like that. I kind of had the impression that Barb and Hank were both in cahoots with House, like corporate espionage, but I'm wrong all the time. That's how I felt. That's where I thought it was going, if you watch my season 2 premiere video. But then, seeing that the selling of the device to House was, like, on the level, and everybody could see, like, the suitcase, I was like, okay, well, that kind of throws a monkey wrench in that. Still really rooting for Vault 20. I really want the concrete filling thing to... Because that would be one of those things where it could be something that satisfies the fans or of the game, but it wouldn't be, like, like, it would just be, like, kind of a plot point of, you know, some, world-building stuff from the perspective of the TV show watchers. It would just be a little point, which is what I feel like the killing of the king. And I do think it was the king. I do think that Lucy killed the king. I think that's something that, like, TV show watchers wouldn't really have to think about, but from the perspective of a fan of the games, it reminds us that ghouls were once people, and I love that, especially because right before she's like, they're just ghouls, right? And the ghoul kind of grimaces, which sort of like, it kind of supports this idea that, don't forget, ghouls were once people. And the fact that the king is a character that we loved so much, and watching him go down like that, and her just not even registering it as a karma hit because he's a feral ghoul. I feel like that's a layer of oof for the New Vegas fans to feel. And if you look the way that they show his face when she does that, there's gravity to it. I really think that's the king, and I think that's a little thing to get fans of the game's blood moving. And they better fucking explain how the kings got ghoulified. Some line of dialogue, something. Come on. I need that. Also provides opportunity for a very juicy reason for Coop to be remotely anywhere near the red button, so to speak. I've gotten zero impression in any way that Barb has been related to House. What gives you that idea? We know that she was looking at somebody, you know, in the Vault Tech meeting. But we don't know who. And if you watch the end of the my season 2 episode 1 video, I go into a lot more detail about this. So I just assumed it was Enclave, and then when Hank is talking to the radio, Vegas Old Stomping Grounds is the biggest thing that points that he's talking to House, plus the fact that he's working on Robbie's Mind Blowers, which I call those devices, and we see that House is the one that was working on that the very first time we see him. So we have Hank connected to House due to the Robbie's Mind Blowers and the comment about Vegas, and Barb is connected to Hank for obvious reasons. Hank was her assistant, and they did everything together. And we also kind of Norm, when he's in Norm's storyline, he's talking to that guy, the one who ends up, you know, strangling him in that big scuffle. He talks about, I was Bud's assistant, so I am aware of what Bud's plans were. So the executive assistant of whoever it is at Vault-Tec is going to know what that person is up to and what their agenda is better than anybody else. So that's established. So the connections between Hank and House are pretty solid, and the connections between Barb and Hank are solid. And also, based on just character and things that we've learned about Barb through what upsets her, what motivates her, is that her primary motivation is to save her family and to get in a good vault. Basically, from Barb's perspective, the end of the world was inevitable, and she wants to make sure that her family is associated with the winning team. She's not loyal to Vault-Tec, she's loyal to her family. She's only loyal to Vault-Tec to the extent that it serves her family. And recurring theme with House throughout the game and throughout the show is the House always wins. That basically the idea that being a... So that is why. That is where my association of Barb with House is coming from. So we shall find out more soon. I'm so excited. I love well-written shows. It is so well-written. Also, if we're doing a good super mutant, then that's also another character that would intrinsically have beef with the Enclave. Oh yes, that is true. I'm going to head off to get some rest now. It's 4 a.m. Ah, yes! Everyone should applaud for my tremendous willpower. Oh my god! I so enjoyed having you here. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Hank being under Vault 21 would make sense as to why the ghoul couldn't find it and gives a reason for House... Exactly! That's my big thing. Is the concrete thing was not well explained in the game, and this would explain it. And we know he's in Vegas. Ugh, I hate Bud's assistant. I feel like he clocked Norm from the start. Either that, or he's just that smarmy. I don't know if he did. I think Norm was pretty convincing. As for how Moldaver got there, he might have been trying to test Norm. Like, when he had that conversation being like, I know what he's doing. And, like, he was kind of, testing the waters. I don't think he knew from the start, though. As for how Moldaver got there, there's always possible that she had a Cabot family connection. So, once again, if they wanted to bring that in, I feel like there's a lot more of an incentive to bring synths into the show, because synths are just a way bigger deal than the Cabot thing is. So it's possible, but I feel like they would be less likely to do that. Because synths are so major in Fallout 4. And I feel like there's more of an incentive to bring that in. Okay, so sure would be a shame if her daughter wasn't in her custody when those bombs dropped. Are you talking about Janie? I mean, it seems like she had custody, but that Cooper had a visitation. That all makes some perfect sense regarding House and Barb. Curious to see which way they go, because they're not locked in either way right now. Yeah. I kind of love that I don't know. I was like, it's definitely Enclave, and then I was like, it's definitely House, and then I was like, fuck, I don't know. Which is kind of like one of the core ideas in the most recent video is it's so much juicier if we don't fucking know. I think the relationship between Hank and House implies that Hank knows House died and is now using or stealing, perfecting his tech to present to his true handlers. Still doesn't answer the question of whoever he was talking to, Vegas was their old stomping ground. Or at least that, and it's like, if it's not House, the you all really fucks me up. Because, like, which makes me wonder, like, is it somebody we haven't even met yet? Or somebody that we took for granted? We have to pay attention to who would call Vegas their old stomping grounds, other than House. Or at least that House is out of the picture compared to the past. Okay, let's go into the next thing on my list of so I guess this isn't that interesting. Okay, the non-biological thing, right. So in the video, I said that this new revelation that House wanted cold fusion because it was going to help store him in non-biological form and help it so he, with the warheads, to fire at the bombs dropping on Vegas to protect Vegas. So I was like, this is actually more aligned with lore, that he didn't want these warheads to be a part of destroying the world, that he wanted the warheads to protect Vegas. But I was like, not sure if the non-biological thing fits, because we know that he is flesh and blood in the antechamber. And, but what has been brought to my attention multiple times, since I said that, is the antechamber was plan B, that he actually did want to kind of do the cyberpunk thing and become a program and make himself non-biological. And I know that when you talk to, I think it's Raul, either Raul or Beatrix. I want to say Raul. And you learn more about sort of House's backstory, and kind of an interesting little Housey quirk thing is he wasn't the ladies' man that Howard Hughes was, the inspiration for House. He when he interacted with women, he wanted to scan them. He wanted to scan their data. And a fun fact that about House that he was the idea was played with that he was going to be a romanceable option, and you can actually find the audio of Rene Auberjonois doing the dialogue of Sexy Times House, and it is literally the greatest. What is the line that he says that I was like, I want to quote this to all of my friends? Oh, the scanner awaits. Because, you know, and this really feeds into like the stuff I've been saying about House for a while, is that he's like super emotionally suppressed. He can't have authentic, fair relationships with people. This kind of goes back a little bit to what I was saying about what me and Reg have in common, where it's like just to exist, having to have power, because either without power you're overpowered. I think there's a lot of that psychology kind of going on with House, because I do think he's an autistic character, and I'm not one of those autistic people that says everybody's autistic. Cooper Howard is not autistic. Definitely not. Norm and House are autistic, which is why I want their storylines to cross so bad. Oh my god, can you imagine if Norm was getting groomed to be House's protege? Oh, I don't even want to say it. I don't want to jinx it. It would make me too happy. Because Norm is on a karma hit track right now. You know, he lied, and he got all these people. And it paid off. And he doesn't have faith in the values, and he never kind of really did. He's a good example of a person who is disenfranchised by the vault, kind of like Reg. And you know, Reg is still trying to influence the vault, but Norm is like, peace, I'm out. I really want I feel like House would be fucking fascinated by Norm. Like, oh my god, there's another one. Like, he's probably never met. Oh, I don't think about it too much. Anyway, the point is, House has intimacy issues, and so he scanned women instead of actually having relationships. Because like, I can't have a relationship with you. You're a human, and there's a wild card. But I would love to make a digital copy of you to do with as I see fit. And so an idea that has been brought to my attention multiple times is that being stored in non-biological form was plan A, and it didn't work out. I don't remember him saying stuff to that effect in the game, but I remember him talking about why the floating brain thing wasn't going to work. That too much would be lost in what makes him House. You didn't want to end up like the think tank. Those silly bastards. So I think the relationship between Hank and House implies that Hank knows House has died. Okay. At least that House is out of the picture compared to the past. Yeah, that really makes me think it's House, but everything else is screaming Enclave to me. Like, why even introduce the pre-war Deathclaw and make it important for House to talk about with Cooper? I had that in the end of my recent video. I think that House trained the Deathclaws to guard him in the Lucky 38. Those 3 Deathclaws on the strip, I think House trained to protect him and basically keep all the Freesiders off his lawn, so to speak. So that would explain to me why they had him talking about Deathclaws. I can't figure out if it's my wishful thinking that Barb and Coop got divorced as a tactical move, or if it makes sense it could have been. Ooh, I love that idea. I love the way it would subvert expectations. I hope you're right about that, just because people wouldn't see it coming. Like, literally, we just, at the very first scene, the first episode, when the bombs drop, we find out, oh, why is he doing this job? Alimony. And so we've been kind of watching this, wondering how their marriage is going to fall apart. And now they're bringing, Cooper is leaning in an alcoholic direction. And so I feel like that's leading to a possible divorce, separation, etc. And so that's kind of, but they would subvert expectations to be like, no, they don't actually get a divorce. They, um, that it's a plan. I would be so down for that if that turned out to be what's happening. Um, and but what was I going to say about that? Oh, right. That was something else that I noticed that I should have put it on my list, so I'm kind of glad you brought it up when I was rewatching the season 2 premiere. Is right after Cooper decides, I'm not going to run away with Janie, I'm going to stick it out and do this trip in Vegas, and we've sort of established, okay, now they're lying to each other now. Right before Barbara comes home, we see him making a drink, which I didn't think too much of at the time because I was like, mid-century inspired society, stressed out, privileged white guy, he's going to make a drink. But now we see that the alcohol thing is expanding, accelerating, a word like that. The fucking idea that the antechamber is actually the body double cracks me up so hard that I almost hope it's true, even though it's ridiculous writing. Yeah, no way. Oh my god, I never thought about that. It's brilliant. He is exactly the type of person to be influenced by a house right now. Norm? Yeah. Oh yeah. And the conversation with Betty. Okay, if you haven't thought about this Norm House thing, because I have thought about it. The conversation that he has with Betty, which is a super autistic conversation because she's like, do you know what the problem here is? And he's like, it made people upset. You don't like making people upset. That's so autistic. Like, talking about real life like it's a TV show he's watching is so autistic. And she says, Betty says to him, you know, when most boys get angry, they pee on a wall. But when, you know, clever boys like you get angry, bad things can happen. I always felt like she was talking about House. Hank isn't angry. At least not the version of Hank that she knows. I don't think she was talking about Hank. She's talking about somebody being really smart and angry and that being destructive. House seems possible. So I really, really want that. I really do. Post-war, yes, he certainly could have trained them for the strip, but House certainly didn't make them at this point. No, he did not make them. But hell, if you have Wasteland Workshop, you can train a Deathclaw. Norm being trained by House would be so cool, wouldn't it? Oh, I don't want to jinx it, I want it too bad. Because Norm is having his own know who you follow moment. He is just following wanting to know the truth at this point. He doesn't really have a moral code. He's very vulnerable right now. Norm taking karma hits is just part of the affinity questline with Claudia. I love they mentioned the Deathclaws were from Quarry Junction. I really enjoyed that too. I wasn't wild about the way the bar looked in the Atomic Wrangler. Did not feel like the Atomic Wrangler. Like, when he first walks in and you see the tables and the position of the door, I was like, yeah. And then as soon as he sat down, my suspension of disbelief. Thank you. What will Woody do next? What do you call if the harm is coming from the actual house? Who do you call if the harm is coming from the actual house? Oh, like, I think some people, like, I saw some people being like, I'm so mad at Woody for going straight to her. But this is one of those situations where I think that people sometimes project their understanding of what's obvious onto the characters. Like, one of the reasons I'm so hard on Lucy and why I'm so hard on Chet is because they were given choices. Like, they were shown the error of the paths that they chose, and then they kept choosing the erroneous path. Like, Norm invited Chet to that party, and Norm turned it down. I mean, Norm invited Chet to that party, and Chet turned it down. Which is why I'm sort of irritated at Chet. But he's coming around. He found that ID. But Woody hasn't had the experiences. Like, he's been taught his whole life, tattle, you know, if somebody's breaking the rules, and he was following protocol. But in the the very first episode, season 1, episode 1, when shit was hitting the fan with the Raiders, Woody says, get that jello mold out of here, which I think was, because I think so many things in the show were planned in advance, that was a sign that Woody was going to diverge, that he was going to branch off. And I think we're going to see him play a stronger role. It looks like he's really branching off from Reg. It would be kind of nice to see the two of them, because now they're in different vaults. But they're both kind of facing the same thing. Like, they both want to be leaders. They both ran for office and both lost. And I think we're going to see probably Woody going through his own version of what they're doing with Reg, seeing, you know, something I keep saying a lot is reality always wins. And something that our culture and our society really takes for granted is personal reality. When we say reality, we're usually talking about shared reality, but personal reality is real too. So Reg and Woody feel the effects of their oppression even though they don't understand it. And they're gonna defend themselves even if they don't quite know what they're defending themselves from. And thank you for the super chat, by the way. Yes, whoever wants to give me money, whoever has some spare change, I will use every penny of it to live my totally mediocre life. And I feel like Betty's comment was mostly foreshadowing for Norm to embrace chaos and ruining the experiment, even if true, but it really felt like she said, I've seen where that can lead. That points to her seeing a person. You know? That she's thinking of someone when she's saying that. And who else could it be? I bet he'll become the unoccupied vault overseer. Or is that the other vault broken? I can't remember. No, yeah, Stephanie is the overseer of 32, and Betty is the overseer of 33 at present. It's easy to mistakenly think that others think the same way we do in the context of Woody. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Mad Monk 3030 for the $5. I am enjoying the stream too. This is going to be the highlight. Like, I'm sitting here thinking like, oh, should I do this more times a week? And then I'm like, no, you can't. I don't know, maybe if I didn't like announce it, if I just like suddenly went online, just saw who shows up just because I felt like it, would that be worth doing? I don't know. I'll think about it. Because I really am having a fun time. I don't want to quit. We've been going for nearly 4 hours, and I was like 6 hours last time, and I really can't do that, and I do feel myself getting tired, but this is really fun. It's really fun. Yeah, 31 isn't a real vault. Yeah, it's so the non-biological thing. So I guess we kind of branched off from that, but that's something that I wanted to mention as far as the idea being that the antechamber, him being flesh and blood, probably happened because the cold fusion thing didn't work out. Okay, and then the last thing that was on my list, that this was a comment about, oh yeah, I basically wanted to talk about, okay, let me rewind for a second. So, Culture War Never Changes is gonna go in, whenever that video gets done, is gonna go into this in a lot more detail. But the idea, and one of the ideas that I want to talk about is, you know, I talk about lore thumpers a lot. Basically, let's just call them Fallout Toxic Avengers. These are, I don't think it's fair to call these people trolls, but they are the culture warriors that go into Fallout content and go, no, you aren't talking about or encouraging Fallout that I need, that I'm attached to. Therefore, I'm just going to be really fucking difficult. And there's multiple strains of ideology, I guess you could say, or they're not all mad about the same stuff. They're not all lore thumpers. Fallout Toxic Avengers are not all lore thumpers. The cringe people are There's overlap, I'm sure. The cringe people are the kind of people that hate Maximus, right? The people who the cringe people, the cringe Fallout Toxic Avengers, something that I see a lot from them is they made a parody of Fallout, is their attitude. I've seen this in other fandoms. It's worrisome. I actually got kind of had an uncomfortable conversation. Fun Lindsay fact: the fandom that I was the most involved in, the most passionately before Fallout, the fandom that I was the most content creator and all that was K-pop. Actually, y'all, I was into K-pop. I went to my first K-pop show in 2005. When Psy Gangnam Style became a hit, I was an intern for the Fine Brothers at the time, and they were asking me what the fuck is this K-pop thing all about. I was a fucking head at that. So, and something that I have not... So basically, if I wanted to, in K-pop fandom, be a K-pop Toxic Avenger, it's funny, hearing people talk about the acts that I really liked, oh, you're not even a real fan if you're not a fan of Boa and shit like that, and I was like, I saw Boa live in 2005. Actually won a contest to meet Boa and couldn't go because I couldn't get a plane flight because I would have had to go to New York and I couldn't go. Huge, at some point, maybe, I'm too tired to pull it up now, but I will show you at some point, my first videos on YouTube were talking about K-pop. And I had this kind of uncomfortable conversation with a friend of mine once about K-pop Demon Hunters, and she really hated it and thought it was stupid. And I was like, I thought it was really hypocritical. K-pop is an industry that's all about not allowed to have imperfections. These people kill themselves because of how much they have to suppress their truth, and then they're making this movie that's all about. So that's what my problem with if K-pop Demon Hunters had nothing to do with K-pop, I'd have no problem with it. I think it's really good messaging in that movie. But that's the thing that I was like, okay, of all industries to champion showing your flaws, give me a fucking break. These women, I've been fans of multiple K-pop stars that killed themselves. It's just not an industry that stands for what that movie stands for. So I didn't have a problem with it, but my friend had this, they're not taking K-pop seriously enough, and why is it all in English? And it was very, gatekeepy, toxic fandom shit. I was kind of surprised that my friend had that attitude about it. Oh my god, this is on... They could see this clip. I'm sorry to my friend who, if you see this, I didn't say it was you, but yeah, I really was surprised that you had that attitude about K-pop Demon Hunters. And so, Fallout people, this is another thing that I think is a sign of possible autism, is autistic people have trouble with, things that are inconsistent, and they really struggle with humor a lot of the time. Because humor is ironic. Autistic people tend to really prefer things to be straightforward, and things to say what they mean. And from the perspective, especially an autistic person who has been bullied or made fun of a lot, they don't have a lot of experience with laughing at something but taking the meaning seriously. So if people, so they really don't like... their autistic brain, when they were playing the game, really tracked a lot of the more serious things. And, if you make things funny, it means you're not taking it seriously. I seem to have sort of dodged this. It might have a lot to do with the fact that I'm a really extroverted autistic person. It might be because, I was a film industry, I studied subtext very closely because I was a film student and I wanted to be in film, so it was really important for me to learn how to... It was a skill that I cultivated very closely to be able to communicate emotions in subtext and not spell everything out in dialogue. And I think that one of the primary strengths of Fallout is the way that it makes fun of serious things. I think that's one of the things that really drew me to the franchise. It really has to do with looking at the context of what's being said and how it's being said. The way that it's making light of serious things, I don't think takes away from the seriousness. I think it actually, like the fact that people being so cheery and upbeat about terrible things, any line of dialogue from Ma June, talking about these things that are really, really severe and intense, like their casual everyday things, is a big part of the humor of Fallout. I think the fact that it doesn't shy away from these really dark things and just like makes you look at it. Like the second episode of the show, the first thing we see is a newborn adorable baby puppy and somebody immediately throwing it into a incinerator. That's Fallout. I love it. I don't think that's making fun of killing puppies. It's making fun of callousness, coldness. It's if what the joke was showing wasn't serious, it wouldn't be funny. You know? So I wanted to talk about that for a second, because when I was, this is kind of that was kind of a branch, but I was talking about when I saw House wearing the hat and him kind of going crazy and being intense. A lot of the anti-cringe Fallout Toxic Avengers are super, super sensitive to anything that could make Fallout look like a joke to people. So, anything that makes it look like it's not this badass, cool, serious thing, these people get really hostile because they think if people are laughing, they aren't taking this thing that's very important to me seriously. And, I'm like, maybe this isn't the franchise for, like, like, people who love Fallout love the dark humor that's part of the thing. So, that's why I went on that rant in the video, because when I saw, House, in New Vegas, and some people take House very seriously, he is always in control. I talked about this a little bit in the season 2 episode 1 video, how House is always seems to know what he's doing. He's always very firm. There's nothing cringe about House. House is, unflappable. House is never embarrassed. When you can kill House, it is a tragic, dark scene. House is never a joke. So seeing House be vulnerable in that first scene, that's why in the season 2 episode 1, I made a really big deal out of this, that, it was weird to see him scared and vulnerable for a second, because that's not the House that we knew. But, and I continue this perspective going forward, pre-war House isn't in control of everything. He wants to be in control of everything, but he doesn't have the same level of control pre-war as he does over the Strip in New Vegas. I mean, similarly, this channel, as I'm Lindsay House, I sound super firm, super confident, super authoritative, because this is my turf, right? But if you saw me in the chat of a different content creator, or you saw me in these other facets of my life that I'm trying to maintain where I'm not the boss, I might not look as solid and like I know what I'm doing as I do here. This is in this context, So at the end of that scene, he showed vulnerability. He was honest with Coop, as far as we know. I really don't think he was lying. House, the conditions under which House lies were not met. And there was some vulnerability, there was some fear, and he put I feel like I should know like the official vocab word of like what he wore. But the thing that he put on his head is the thing that he uses to control shit. Like you see in the antechamber, in the clip that I used in that very video, you can see that he's wearing it in the chamber. So when he comes out, you can see it. That is the cognitive neural interface that he uses when he is not able to operate his meat suit in the wild. So my argument in the video was really focusing on the expectation I had based on just patterns that I've seen through this anti-cringe subset of people are going to be like, this is an example of, they're taking this man and presenting him not seriously, right? So multiple people in the comments brought to my attention like what the lore is, but remember, lore thumpers and the anti-cringe aren't necessarily the same group. They often are, but not always. In fact, a lot of these anti-cringe people don't know the lore that well. So I was really addressing that mentality, the kind of mentality that I was criticizing in the Maximus video when I was talking about that. So whether or not the hat was lore friendly wasn't really relevant to my argument. And so that was kind of one of those situations where I was like irritated when people brought it up, because I was like, yeah, like obviously I know the lore. I used a clip in this very video that shows him wearing this hat. I see it. I know it. That wasn't what I was talking about. And sometimes I'm just exhausted with, like, how many things that I have to explain. And that was kind of another one of those moments where I was just like, why do I have to explain that I know this, but it wasn't relevant to my point? But then I realized later, I was like, maybe it was worth putting a line being like, well, it's a good thing that we see that this head is in the game, and therefore it's lore friendly, and maybe the lore thumpers will shut these people up. Like, maybe I could have said that, and it would have been funny, and it would have been like one of those kind of things that I say. But I was really trying to address the vibe that the vulnerability, embarrassing vibe that he was giving off, because I am anticipating a lot of these anti-cringe Fallout Toxic Avengers to get really defensive about things that make it look like a parody of Fallout. Okay, so I feel like Stephanie's days are numbered because Betty isn't someone that should be crossed, or is that just me? I don't know. I am curious to see how that unfold. What I kind of said in the video is that I thought that Betty was a lot more evil, but the way that she talks to Stephanie in that scene looked very on the level to me. She didn't really handle that like somebody I would expect. So she could be one of those people, kind of like Barb. Like, there's some characters that are operating in, I guess you could say, allegiance or in cahoots with evil, but they really think they're doing the right thing and they're doing what they have to do. There's a great character from the show Snowpiercer who fits that category as well, if anybody watched that show. Kind of similar themes in Snowpiercer. And I don't want to spoil it if you guys haven't seen it, but Snowpiercer has a great character like that you think is like super evil, but she really believes that she's doing the right thing. So yeah, I have no idea. I see so many people just saying the show is garbage, and I think it literally because they're angry that their headcanon got altered. Yeah, that's accurate. Or because they don't like perceived woke. Yeah, that's 100% accurate. I'm just digging a little deeper than that, but you're right. Both things that this show do constantly. But also, like I keep saying, it criticizes the fuck out of progressives too. It really does. I always see Reddit tier cringe. Like, I think Fallout is an equal opportunity offender. That's one of the things I really like about it. Because this is what my Fallout is. What Fallout means to me is it's all about zooming out and looking at everything from different angles, different possibilities. It's about looking at other people's sides. Like, if there's anything that Fallout is about, like, it's about analyzing the different possibilities of making different choices. And that's what I love so much about it. So the idea that people who think that they get the lore and nobody else does, and yet they're not open to other interpretations or other branches, I'm like, what? Play a different game. This isn't... There are so many games. House going on, insane, commanding tirades exactly like that is like a quarter of his dialogue in New Vegas. Yeah, it is. I think that Thoreau is doing a fucking incredible job. He's kind of blowing my mind. Like, I am amazed because, man, it's like the one character that they bring into this show that was from the games. It had to be the one that I was this emotionally attached to. The one that could have brought the lore thumper out of me if they had fucked it up. Like, I think he's doing an amazing job. So you ain't kidding about toxic folks having issues with humor. Some folks get so mad when I bring up that Fallout is meant to be funny. It's nearly like, yeah. Isn't that weird? Like, sometimes I see arguments like, and you know, this is, you know, everything's a special interest nailed to an autistic hammer, I know, but, there's so much evidence to, and I know I was like, but there's a lot of autistic people who don't do this. Autism under certain conditions can produce these results, you know? And, another thing that I have to be careful about my language about this too. This is another thing that really trips up the autistic, Toxic Avenger lore thumper crowd, is they don't understand that art is subjective. They really don't. Basically, if I say a scene means this, or symbolizes this, then they think I am accusing the writers of an intention. And even if I'm not, even if I'm interpreting it abstractly, they think that the intention of the artist can make me wrong. They don't understand that the difference between creating art and writing an essay is shared meaning making with the audience of that art. And when in the culture war video, I'm gonna cut to literally a clip of Tim Kaine, the creator of Fallout, talking about this. Like, especially a game like Fallout that is all about making your own independent choices. Like, he straight up says, like, the meaning of art is a conversation. It is subjective. It is up to the audience to decide what it means to them. And that is what we do in channels like mine. But the reason I said I need to watch my language is because without thinking about it, I'll say things like, okay, I just saw this in the addiction video. I said something like, they're not showing the ghoul doing drugs because doing drugs is so cool because he's such a cool lone wolf. They're doing it to symbolize this. But I say they're doing it, which I think will feed into that creative intent. Like, it is my opinion that they're doing it for that reason, but that's still my personal take, you know? And that's something that baffles them. They think there is a correct answer and that there's an incorrect answer. And if you say that your take is correct and it conflicts theirs, you're calling them wrong. That's the binary thinking. Sometimes they call this, in autism, they call it black and white thinking. I prefer to call it binary thinking. Because with a complicated enough binary code, you can make a full picture. Like, it's a bunch of ones and zeros, but a bunch of ones and zeros can paint a nuanced picture. And that's what people like me do. I still have the binary brain. I still have and all the stuff that I talk about and my frameworks for understanding human behavior and all of that are basically me just because I built this like binary code where under like the hinge of reality always wins and be like, this is how all of the picture makes sense so that I can hold my fucking brain together and function in the world and not feel constantly betrayed. But these people aren't doing that cognitive work that I'm doing to make a full binary code to make all of this make sense and understand subjectivity. And it was hard. I literally invented a framework called Truth Gears. I was going to sell it when I was doing the personal development thing because I think it would really help autistic people deal with subjectivity the way it helped me deal with it. They just go, I want to stick into this lore thing because I need it to emotionally regulate. This is my little safe space, my little vault where things make sense. And they are not willing to think any harder about it and step outside of the vault because, say it with me, kids, they don't trust the people that are telling them to do so. So there's a lot of this behavior that looks like stupid and like they're not connecting the dots. But it's not a matter of them being unable to cognitively process this nuance. It's that they do not trust the people who are telling them they should. It's all about safety. It's all about survival. The other major camp I see of Toxic Avenger is Todd Howard. Yeah, the Bethesda Todd Howard thing is a big one. Todd Howard hates the actual good games and wants to kill all the good things. Yeah, see that binary thinking? Like, but they won't think one level deeper. Why does he hate it? You know, oh, he hates it because it was better and he's jealous. Like, see how childish it starts to look? Like, have you ever played BioShock? Yes. Funny that you should mention that because my middle name is Ein. I mentioned in the last stream that my mother is a combination of Mr. House and Lestat from Interview with the Vampire. That's who raised me. If you want to know what that childhood was like, honestly, watch Interview with the Vampire. That show is the best therapist I've ever had. That really like sums up the vibe of what it's like to be raised in a narcissistic family system. So and it kind of makes me sad sometimes because I think my mom would love Mr. House. She wouldn't see any problem with him. She would be Team House all the way. That's like one of the reasons I kind of love him and think, because my brain is like my mother's brain. She just interpreted information in a different way. But me and Mr. House and my mother all think in this very specific way. So a big part of that was the philosopher, writer, thinker, intellectual Ayn Rand. So my middle name is Ayn because my mother was Mr. House and named me after Ayn Rand. And the beliefs and ideas of Ayn Rand very aligned with House, very House adjacent. And how does this relate to Bioshock? Bioshock was strongly influenced by Ayn Rand's writing. Even all of the production design, the look of everything looks like Ayn Rand book covers. And the big bad, what's his name? Andrew Ryan, inspired by Ayn Rand. So that is the mentality that raised me. I would not be sitting before you today. And it's really funny because later when, sort of society caught up and was like, actually, we don't really vibe with, because she thought like Ayn Rand was the future, that was the truth. And then when that mentality got more and more criticized and ostracized and got more cringe, she was like, I wish I hadn't named you that. Cut to now, I professionally go by the name Lindsay Ayn, and I dropped my last name because I don't have a good relationship with my family. And I kept the name Ayn, and I go by Lindsay Ayn. And I think it like scared the crap out of my sister or something, like why would you carry that name? Frankly, because understanding the immense levels to which I disagree with Ayn Rand made me the person I am today. I have a weird soft spot because really I'm basically like underneath all of Ayn Rand's conclusions, the basic, and literally in Atlas Shrugged, there's a speech, check your premises, and I fully agree with that process. And I think that I basically, the core principles of what Ayn Rand stood for, I agree with. I just came to different conclusions, but that's something that Ayn Rand made a really big deal out of, is thinking for yourself. So going along with what Ayn Rand said because she said it, and not challenging Ayn Rand, is the most Ayn Rand thing that you could do, really. Like, I could sit across from her if she was still alive and be like, your understanding of collectivism is totally flawed. Like, basically, the thing that I talked about when I said that the air is just as much a part of Lucy, if not more so than her finger, is exactly the thing that Ayn Rand did not understand. Ayn Rand operated from the assumption that if everybody operated from their individual best interest, the collective, like, everybody would rise. And she didn't take into consideration that shared things get ignored. And that is what's happening in the world now with what we're doing to the environment, what we're doing to the planet. The lack of responsibility for collective things. She conflated collectivism with inclusivity. And the difference between collectivism and inclusivity and inclusion, it's not only paramount, it is oppositional. Collectivism says individuals don't matter. Inclusion and inclusivity says every individual matters. That is a paramount difference. So if you're truly taking care of your community, you're not going to erase parts of the community that are inconvenient for the collect, because then you're not actually helping the, if people have to suppress themselves, hide themselves, be in the closet, then you are not including them. And there are certain metrics, like things like the air, where we need to think collectively, but the Borg is not the goal. Or to keep it in Fallout, unity is not the goal. When House says, what if I'm not the House, honestly kind of hit me like, but they gave me a robe. Agreed! But what if I'm not the House? Especially coming from, like, my feelings about House. I have a lot of compassion for Mr. House, I see him as a very lonely, tragic character. And, it's like a little kid. Like, there's basically, he's really emotionally immature. He suppresses, like, he's scared. My house is scared. I spent most bus rides going home during middle school and high school preloading up several dozen Fallout and Halo and Elder Scrolls lore wiki pages and reading them for my hour long. Yeah, I do love lore. But here's the fundamental difference between me and the lore thumper crowd is they judge whether or not they like the show based on how well it lines up with the lore. I judge both the show and the lore for how well they judge with, how well they line up with my understanding of reality. Like, I wasn't like attached to Fallout and then needed Fallout to operate in a certain way in order to serve my need to be attached to Fallout. That's like the baseline these people are operating from. I love Cyberpunk and I loved all sorts of things. I was a K-pop fan. I chose Fallout because I love the way that this franchise deals with the issues and realities and things about humanity that I agree with. So if the show breaks lore, but the show and the lore still both say the things that the themes, the abstractions that I care about, I'm still on board. You know, I don't know. I feel like Betty is a master manipulator. She'd have deliberately been on the level with Steph. That's totally a possibility too. We shall see. Lord knows I've been fooled by manipulators before. However, the master manipulator thing, the problem with that approach with that conversation is Betty didn't get the upper hand, did she? You know? So what manipulation was she running from? You know, like what manipulation was she running that would give her an upper hand? She didn't win anything from that conversation. She was the vulnerable one. You know? But I guess maybe she did win something that we can't see yet. I mentioned it would in the last stream, but Betty in the present would be very different than Betty that was frozen. She's an old woman that helped raise the Vaulties. Her values would have shifted. I agree. We'll have to see how. It is absolutely regarding the criticism of all sides. They just can't see theirs. Yeah. That's a great idea. They have no understanding of the death of the author. Yeah. It's like sometimes I want to jump out of my skin with what these people say. Like, this isn't Fallout related, but it was an example of this mentality. It was a video analyzing 500 Days of Summer, and I'm getting mad thinking about it. It's funny that I might have to examine my shit. Why is this so triggering? So if you're not familiar with the movie 500 Days of Summer, in a nutshell, the movie is about like a guy who's in love with this girl, but the more you examine it, you see that his love for her was irresponsible, toxic. There was a lot of shady things about it that has been, sort of from a feminist lens, been deconstructed. Like, this woman told him over and over and over again that she was not the one for him, and he still feels like she owes him something, though, and that she was dishonest when she never actually was. Something like that. That's a sum up. But the guy who wrote it, I don't know if he was the writer and the director or just the writer, but he has, like, basically said that, you know, he originally wrote it in a way that was sympathetic to the guy, and then later examined it and was like, no, this is making it a different statement than I thought it was making. And the YouTube video that was talking about this said something like, yeah, well, he can say that later he changed his mind, but it doesn't change what his intention was when he wrote it. And I was just like, oh my god. Just the lack of respect for artistry that I feel like is in that mentality. I cannot tell you guys, as a creative person, and I would actually describe myself as pathologically creative, because my brain is generating ideas so much so fast. That's one of the reasons I can stream for 1,000,000 hours, because my brain is generating ideas constantly. It's exhausting. My Lindsay's Fallout videos, the reason they're done the way they are with the stills and that format is because my goal was to create a workflow for these videos where I could do them as fast as possible to get this stuff, because I know when I'm recording, all this shit's gonna come out of my mouth. And I think one of the most beautiful things, precious things, I guess that's why I'm getting so emotional about this, about art, is that it gets away from you, and that you learn about yourself. Like, the fact that he could sit down and write this thing thinking that he's writing the story that's sympathetic to this guy, and then through that process and seeing what it became, the fact that he learned something about himself, about his perspective, and it created a different statement, I think is so fucking beautiful. And so, I guess this kind of triggers the same thing as, like, the Maximus cringe thing. Like, the expectation of perfection, this rigidity, this not allowing people and art to change and evolve and be liquid is so... I don't want to live in a world that imprisons me. Like, people like that make me feel like I have to overthink every fucking word I say before I speak. And that I can't just create and see what happens. And I feel like that is so imprisoning. And I almost wonder, like, do people who think this way, are they just not creative? Have they just never created anything? Have they never allowed their own art to change them? I really don't like it. I really, really, really don't like that mentality. Like, one of the reasons I love Fallout so much is because of the wiggle room for interpretation, for choices, for looking at things from different angles. The fact that there aren't clear answers. The fact that there's no way to play a great game of Fallout New Vegas where everything turns out great. Same with Cyberpunk, you know? It really challenges you to look at your own values and to not let them be spoon-fed to you. Like, that's a big part of, I mean, my whole thread with things that I'm saying about all these episodes of Fallout is obedience versus goodness, and how I defined goodness as allowing goodness to evolve. So these people who just need the world to stay in their box and don't allow flexibility, growth, chaos, the introduction of the new. And I would say, I've seen other YouTube videos, other YouTubers talking about that if there's any message of Fallout and Fallout New Vegas is the necessity to allow something new. And to not repeat the old ideas and the old ways of doing things. Because if you want to see the fate of democracies, look out the windows, right? I just think it's such a poisonous mentality. It's such a poisonous mentality to not allow flexibility. Especially when it comes to art. Of all things, art needs to be squishy. I mean, don't get me wrong. I want to, a caveat I want to add to that is I think that you have the right to be firm about your own take about what something means, you know? Like, I think that, like, you know, if I say this is what this metaphor means and somebody outside of me is going, no, it's not, I have the right to be secure and solid. And that's what these people don't know they have the right to do. And that's why I wrote Truth Gears and why I wanted to pick apart subjectivity and objectivity in a way that works for the autistic brain. Because a part of that framework of Truth Gears is allowing... I don't need the rest of the world to see Fallout the way I do for me to feel secure about how I see it. And on my channel, on my turf, I'm going to say, this is how I see it. And I don't mind if people think differently, but I mind a lot if other people think that they have the right to correct me or change the way I see it because I'm quote-unquote wrong. I don't think Todd Howard hates the game. I think he's horrible at trying to make a really good Fallout game. Fair. But actually, using that as an example, you said, I don't think, and you said, I think. So that personally hits my autistic brain totally differently than if you had said, Todd Howard is horrible at making a Fallout game. That would have hit me totally differently. And that is something that really bothers me, that is sort of a linguistic habit. Like, you guys probably saw my post where I was saying that, oh my god, instead of saying Fallout has bad writers, how about I don't like the writing on Fallout? Own it, make it yours. Don't announce it like it's objective reality. And I used to think this was like an autistic thing that I was going to have to get over. For example, I used to get so mad when people would be like, that song sucks. And I'd be like, how about you don't like the song? You know, why are you announcing the reality? And I ended up having like a conversation with an holistic person who was like, no, when I say that song sucks, it's implied that that's my opinion. I'm not saying it sucks objectively. And so I kind of internalized that, okay, that's holistic ease. I will run that translation in my autistic program. And I just kind of owned it being like, I'll choose to interpret it, which I still think is a good idea, which is why Truth Gears is called Truth Gears. Because it's, I think of it as like a gear shift in a car, that it's a mode that you switch in, how you interpret the conversation. You know, it's a mode that you speak in and a mode that you interpret in, but you can, depending on, like an example that I use is if somebody said, I don't want to go too off the deep end with Truth Gears. My Lindsay Makes Videos channel, maybe I'll put it in the description of this after, when it goes into VOD mode, explaining how truth gears work, because I think it's really, really helpful. I think it'd be helpful for Allistics as well. But anyway, so I thought this was an autistic thing that I was just gonna have to, run the Allistic translation. But watching Allistics for, the decade since I kind of figured that out, Allistics confuse other Allistics with this shit. It's not just an autistic thing. Like, culture-wide, people are confused about fact and opinion because it is taught to us poorly. I think it hits autistic people harder. Autistic people, we're the first kernels to pop, but everybody's in the microwave. We're just more sensitive and more pissed off about it first. But it's not good for, so many people don't know how to give themselves the right to their own opinion if that opinion is not shared. Like, there's so many people who, see an opinion running rampant on the internet, and they feel like they are being attacked just because that opinion is different. That's not just an autistic thing. So, I wish I could remember what ending I chose for my first New Vegas run. It would give me a lot of insight about myself as an 8-year-old. If you ever remember, if it ever hits you, playing New Vegas at 8 intrigues me as well. You have a good point, Darby, but wouldn't that make her more dangerous? That's actually an interesting point. Would it make Betty more dangerous if her values have shifted? Yeah. Unpredictable people are more dangerous. That's what fucking sucks. In order for the world to change and be better, we have to change. Like, we have to... this is like literally, I think this might be another Ulysses quote, war never changes, so men must change. I fucking love Ulysses. That's another thing, like, these people, think they're like, I'm a real Fallout fan. I'm like, did you not catch the whole war never changes? That's why the video is going to be called Culture War Never Changes, because it's like, why are you going to war for a fucking franchise that is telling you not to go to war? So the idea, we need to wiggle something new, right? And so in order for us to create wiggle room for something new, you have to take a leap of faith. You have to take a risk. When Norm thought everybody in there, he didn't know what the fuck was going to happen. He didn't have a plan, but he had to invite new elements into the mix. And that is what humanity needs to do, is make room. However, there's no way to make room without vulnerability. I've talked a lot about, a lot of this insight came from having abuse situations. I got caught up in abuse situations because I opened my heart to somebody who harmed me. But if I had not opened my heart, I wouldn't have allowed anything new and good in either. You can't have both. God, if you guys take anything from the stuff I say, you cannot have both. You have to have the vulnerability and the risk in order to invite something new. Frozen. The song Love is an Open Door. That's exactly it. And Anna sings the song Love is an Open Door while she is opening a door to a manipulator. But that is always going to be true. And that's why fucking manipulators need to learn that that road doesn't go anywhere, and they need to stop doing it because they're creating a world that they hate too. They need to learn to think more collectively, more like the air and not just your fingers, right? So, the idea that Betty, isn't predictable under Vault-Tec, it makes her possibly a good guy, but it also makes her more dangerous because she is a wild card. You can't have both. If we are allowing flexibility, if we are allowing possibilities, you cannot allow possibilities without allowing good and bad possibilities. That's a trade-off. And that's why everybody's defensive and nobody's connected and everybody's in survival mode. Because everybody's protecting their shitty lives. Remember, don't choose the miserable thing. Choose the hard thing, the scary thing. Because the only way things are going to get better is if we all open our doors. We have to open our doors. And yes, and so that's why, like, you could look at my story and be like, oh, well, that's proof that you're naive, and it's proof that you shouldn't open your door because you did and you let this abuser in. The same process invited in the closest friends I've ever had in my life. Exact same process. You don't know until you let people in, until you let in that wild card. I've often thought Todd Howard might be a troll who's trying to make something for the masses and is struggling with it. Cynical. People are entitled to have opinions about art. It doesn't upset me if people don't like what I like. There are plenty of popular things that I don't care for. Hell, yes, agreed. Man, I've always felt that regarding the phrase of this sucks versus I don't like this. Never heard anyone else talk about it. Yeah! It's freaking obnoxious, isn't it? Like, it makes a difference if you put I think at the beginning. It really does. Also, personal headcanons are wonderful things. That is a way we interact with art and make it our own. It's just personal and not objective. You're kind of teasing there what I'm going to get at with the Ghoulsy thing, if I ever end up making that, or depending on where that goes. I'm going to be completely honest that all I can remember for certain is that I wanted to ally with the Enclave since I couldn't do so in Fallout 3, and I was really happy about the Enclave remnants. Yeah, and it's also how you get the XO1 power armor, which is the bomb. I'm a huge XO1 fan. It said that war never changes, but men do through the roads they walk. Fuck yes! And that is... I haven't really gotten to this in any of the videos. I'm assuming, depending on how the series ends, is when I will start talking about this. You would think, based on a lot of the stuff that I say about power struggles, that I'm cynical, right? Like this most recent video in particular, I say something like, if you don't have an overarching authority to reward goodness and punish badness, badness will win, because badness is willing to cross lines that goodness can't cross. That did confuse somebody who was like, I think you're confusing lawful with goodness. I'm like, dude, I've been doing 5 videos in a row about obedience versus goodness. If you think I don't understand the difference between those two things, you're not paying attention. That's not my fault. that made me so mad. I hate when people misunderstand me because I work so hard. So when I'm saying goodness and badness, I'm talking about whatever your definition of goodness and badness is. So, the point is that person is going to cross lines that you wouldn't cross, whatever that line is. So if you don't, this is hugely what's happening with AI right now. Like, once people started introducing that money-saving thing into the capitalist ecosystem, then basically any company that takes a stance and they're not going to use it are going to lose. Like, they don't have a choice. Earlier I talked about Tristan Harris from the Center for Humane Technology. I think it was actually Tristan Harris that introduced me to the concept of a multipolar trap, because he was talking about this. He was talking about social media at the time. This is even before the AI thing really took off. We were just worried about social media in general. Now I can't remember what I was, where I was even going with that. Oh, right, choice, right? So the roads they walk. So, when I say stuff like that, when I'm talking about multipolar traps, it might look like I'm saying it's hopeless, humanity's going to destroy itself, because this is what humanity does every time in this situation. However, we can choose differently. We just have to open those doors and accept risk and chaos and stop building all of our choices around security in a system that is collapsing. And we all have to do it together, and we all have to do it really fucking fast. No pressure. So, I can't go into detail about it. I really, really wish I could, but I fucking tried. You know, a lot of people might look at people like me and be like, oh, it's easy for you to get and talk down from your dinosaur in, you know, with your Amazon subscription and say that we all need to do this, but you're participating in this system. I fucking tried. Believe me when I tell you. And long story short, I'm really glad that I went into it with the attitude of, I either need to make this work or I need to learn for a fact why it can't work. Clearly, I learned why it couldn't work. And that wisdom is what you see in these videos, is basically me trying to live in alignment with my principles and seeing why we couldn't. I think I mentioned in one of the videos that even though I relate to Maximus the most, my story arc is a lot more like Lucy. I went out into the wasteland and was like, we can do it, and then I learned why we couldn't do it. And that is why I was so triggered in that episode with Lucy leaving the ghoul on the ground with the rad scorpions. Because, actually, in that context, I related to the ghoul. Because when I tried to live communally, I'm trying to be super vague, because there will be consequences if I divulge this story, but, I opened my door and no one else did, long story short. I made myself vulnerable because I believed that if I do it, everyone else will see, oh, she's being vulnerable, I'm gonna do it too. But no, they kept their doors closed, and then they watched me get attacked by rad scorpions, and they fucking left me on the ground. I honestly think that social justice activist communities have some of the most horrible people. And I worked in Hollywood for 6 years. Worst human beings I've ever met worked in service of other people. Because they're not doing it to help people. They're doing it because they want to feel above all these victims, all these wounded victims. I was actually serious. I was actually real. And I was trying to give other people room because that's what I believed in doing. And that vulnerability fucked me. Fucked me. And so now I make videos about a video game instead. I tried. I cannot make the changes and do the work to make the world a better place without help. And I cannot have help until other people are brave. That's why I get so mad at Chet. You know? Because I kind of related to Norm in that situation. Because Norm is like, I'm willing to take on the risk to find the truth. And Chet's like, nah, I'm going back to bed. And now, like, he's like stuck with somebody else's baby. If we have to collectively open these doors. Going back to earlier, we were talking about the karma hit of me apologizing and because I didn't give that commenter the benefit of the doubt. That's what I'm talking about. That's why it felt like a betrayal of my values, because I do not believe. Like, people talk about, oh, you have to stop shopping at Amazon. You have to all these, collective responsibilities. Stop shopping at Amazon. We need to stop using AI. We target all these little things, being like, if we want to make the world a better place, we all have to, as a collective. No, what we need to do as a collective is be brave. That's it. Be brave and vulnerable, and not punish other people for being brave and vulnerable. Going back to, like, why I'm so hostile about the Maximus thing, right? Like, we have to allow imperfection, and we have to not punish people. We need to be safe for people that tell the truth. We need to make it safe to tell the fucking truth. Because if we don't create a world where it's safe to tell the truth, and if we don't have the bravery to tell the truth, we'll just live in a world of lies and denial, and be like, have a savings account full of money while we're watching the bombs go off. Truth Gears reminds me of the chapter on words and terms and how to read a book. Words are ambiguous, but terms are specific. Words exist arbitrarily, but terms are defined by their context. That's an interesting concept. Betty versus Steph. Steph acts like her soft power is power because she comes from an era where corporate soft power is effective. That is part of why she views blackmailing Betty as a victory. Yep, totally. I agree with that. Embarrassing post hoc, but I think it was Yes Man saving everyone with Enclave and pretending that they were reformed good guys compared to the Fallout 3 Enclave, something like that. Morally justified joining them for their cool armor. Well, I think something that's really fun about New Vegas is that how much it changes the context of certain factions. Like, the Remnants, the Enclave in New Vegas, are like underdogs, right? Same with the Brotherhood of Steel. They're like shut-in recluses. Like, to the stream, but can't help but sympathize and agree with and say preach, but not preach in any non-theistic... Yeah, you're good. You're good. Welcome aboard. Nice to be here. Nice to see you. So we are now at 4:35, and I don't want to go like 6 hours again. So this is like so much fun. I wish I could do this more often. Maybe I can do it spontaneously, depending on, like, Saturday will be like a fixed thing, but depending, like, not right now because I'm behind on something, but I'm really enjoying this. And you are all strongly urged to give me money if you have not given me money yet. Super chats are open. That would make me feel less like I'm working against myself by doing this if it becomes lucrative. No. Okay, okay, okay. I'm gonna take one more break. Here's what we're gonna do. Okay, this is the grand finale. I'm this whole, and I know that Carbal Snarky's got my back. He will not let me fuck this up. I'm gonna take one more break. While I'm on break, give me questions. Give me questions, and then we'll wrap up the questions. And then we will call it. This is the plan. This is actually really good for autism, by the way. This is like when I actually was a blood-sucking behaviorist. This is how to get an autistic person off of an activity, is announce, like, we're gonna end this now, and sort of ease into it, and then give, like, a closure point. So, here's your chance to think up questions. The more questions about ideas, the happier I'm going to be. That's my favorite stuff to talk about. Like earlier when we were talking about the karma hit thing, I know you're like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. But I loved that. I want more of that. I actually asked in the thing for hypocrisy. If anybody can find examples of when I contradicted myself or said something that didn't make sense, I really, really want to confront everything about my insight and my wisdom. Other like then wisdom comes from contrast is me resolving cognitive dissonance. Everything, all of my wisdom has come from me just resolving cognitive dissonance over and over and over again. Yay, thank you for the $5. Super Stay Back Ontario. Thank you. And I love that reference. Thank you. Thank you for the money. Oh yeah, so the questions, and if you want to give me money, do that. Okay. I will be back. Okay, you guys have a little bit more time to come up with questions because there's one more thing that was on my list that I really wanted to mention during this stream, and it's kind of out of nowhere now, but I really want to get everything on the list on the VOD. Okay, so um there was one other thing that I noticed that I fucking loved when I've mentioned a few times that I recently rewatched season 2 episode 1 to see if there were any foreshadowing or teasers of things. Like that's where I caught the Hank saying you all and the PhD of event planning from Reg. There was one more thing. This wasn't actually the pilot. I think this was the second episode. That they teased something so fun. This was like the fingers thing. This was like the Majun saying all 10 fingers and then eventually her losing a finger. This is like that. At least to me, it's not that big. Focus, Lindsay. You guys may remember in a more recent episode, and I couldn't believe I didn't mention this in the video. It just wasn't relevant. It was in the addiction episode. Lucy, when they leave the NCR camp, there's a lot of subtextual stuff going on, not like romantic-y, between the ghoul and Lucy. A lot of nonverbal communication going on there. And as they're leaving, I can't remember what the ghoul asks, but he's like curious what Lucy's takeaway was from, these people that are fighting for American values and all that. And she says something like, all I saw was another set of matching jackets. Oh! I was like, she's becoming a different animal. She's, and I thought that was such a good fucking line, and it just didn't, I had so much to say about other scenes, but I loved that. So when I went back and I rewatched, I think the second episode, it was the one where they went into the communist brainwashing vault. And, when they're, exploring it, it seems like a throwaway line. I didn't notice it the first time watching the episode. It's right before, like, they walk into the room and see all the, brainwashed dead vault dwellers. Ooh, Saluti! I don't know if I'm late to the party. Thank you for this. I will read that when I'm done with this train of thought. Thank you for the $5. As they're walking in, and he sees all of the communist brainwashed, skellies. That's what I call these Fallout dead bodies. Skellies. All the stage, the environmental storytelling skellies. He says, more matching jackets. He says the matching jackets. He's the first one to say that. Did anybody else notice that? So when they leave the NCR, so that just goes back to what I've always been saying, that Fallout, or maybe I haven't said this in a video, but I really want to talk about communism at some point. That's kind of like the culture war and the synths thing is like from the fucking beginning. I wanted to talk about the Fallout address of communism, and it was never about making communism look better than democracy. What Fallout always comes back to is what's the difference? Like, it's obviously the ideologies are different, but if you're brainwashing your population to organize, to gerrymander their reality in the way that you want them to, does it really, like, matter what ideology is better? Something else to file away, some Lindsay wisdom, is you can rearrange facts to justify whatever worldview you want. The world is big and complicated and full of contradictions. If you want to have a meaning-making map that says communism is the answer, you'll find it. If you want a meaning-making map, it's not about the data, it is about your values. Never forget that. Like, these lore thumpers, for instance, like, it doesn't matter what argument you make about the necessity of lore drift or the fact there's other metrics to judge the show on, other than just its commitment to lore. If their highest value is commitment to lore, none of that data is relevant. It's all about, the Vulcans and Star Trek are so logical. They say the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, but that assumes you value the outcome of the many more than the outcome of your goddamn self. the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. If your highest value is keep myself alive at all costs, and my death would save all of these people, but I want to live more than I want them to live, then the needs of the many don't outweigh the needs of the few. It's value-based. All value-based. The facts and the data are an extension. You know, when I say lying is bad, when I say that killing is bad, is because I'm operating from my value set. You know, if you are a narcissist, you know, a real one, that does not apply. You know, then your number one is winning in survival. And if killing people and lying to people makes that happen, then it's not wrong if that is your value set. My value set is all pointed on what I think would make being alive not suck. I care about, you know, like the end of WALL-E. I don't want to survive, I want to live. Yeah, that's what I'm pointing to, is making life not suck. Caesar's Legion, doesn't matter. They could win and conquer everybody, but being in Caesar's Legion sucks. It's a shitty way to live life. So that's my value set. That's my gay communist agenda. And, war does not make life feel good. We gotta figure out another way to do it. Okay, now I'll read the chat. But for context of living through a version of hell and speaking your mind experience, that takes hard-earned guts. Yeah, thank you. I gave up everything to be this person. Everything. Everything. Not a single person that I am blood related to that I still talk to. Everybody. You know what the worst part is? I have nobody to share childhood memories with. Nobody remembers my childhood in my life but me. Everyone I'm close to I've known for like 4 years. Tops. I hate that. I hate that I'm alone with my childhood memories. This is a good time to call it a night. It is. It is. I'm gonna wrap up the chat and then I will go. But this is the most fun I've had in like many years. And I've actually talked to my therapist about it. Basically, like, my brain is going, what if you never have this again? I'm like, Lindsay, you're gonna have this every week. Like, but my traumatized brain really doesn't believe me. Totally watch what I missed when posted for catch up. Life chaos management tips. Yeah. Life. You got a life. If you can give me more money, if whoever has a pile of money you can drop on me, the more money we can put on this, the more often I can do this, because I would really like to be doing this more. It is, had to have going back to the beginning, I had to have a platform. I had to have a platform and an audience just to be myself. I'm just too fucking weird. I need to go to bed, having a hard time staying awake. Goodbye. I'm sure you're long gone by now. I have one. Do you think the experiment NRT-001 from Fallout 4 is a Nirnroot, and does that connect the Elder Scrolls to Fallout? There's one of these with The Witcher and Cyberpunk as well. Oh my god. I love that you asked me a question. Okay, this stuff goes back into like the sort of objective reality sort of weird stuff, like people like needing the lore and the things that appear in game, like need them to be internally cohesive, so it's a world that you can seamlessly disappear into with no reaching into the real world whatsoever. That's another underbelly of the whole lore thumper thing. And so they're like, well, if it's in the game and the game has a lore and it's all consistent, then there has to be a way that this is. And they just can't go like, the developers put an inside joke, guys. The developers put an inside joke. And it didn't, like, break anything. Basically, when developers do that kind of thing and they put, like, these in references, they're checking to see if it works within the lore of that world. And if it's fine. They're not thinking about, I mean, this is a guess, maybe I'm wrong, but they're like, they're not thinking that people are gonna go so crazy as to connect the separated universes. They're just like, as long as it doesn't break anything in this universe, then that it's good, and we can put it in. But people just like, I don't know. I guess I just like, there's so many more interesting concepts. I feel like to talk about. Aside from missing the cast of the Fallout event thingy due to neurospicy overwhelm, how did you manage all of the travel, etc., with your needs in mind, and what changed on the fly? I love that you asked this question. Um, I actually take a lot of pride in this. There is a system that I do to deal with being autistic in travel that I call gridding. Gridding. This is what gridding is. So I have checklists, when I do the packing, and then when I go, the first thing I do in the hotel room, literally like before I sit down, it has to happen first in order for my autistic brain to be able to function the rest of the day, is I know I'm not going to have the executive functioning to like put things in drawers and organize. I definitely can't organize anything yet. That like I have to do this gridding process first to have the dopamine and the executive functioning to be able to do that. So I basically dump everything out of my suitcase and just put it in like tidy rows randomly, basically based on size, whatever feels like it should go together, like with no thinking about it at all, just seeing it in tidy lines, seeing all of my stuff. And then from there, I can start putting my stuff away and but I can't relax. I can't like sit and watch and go, like, this is just something like a lot of neurodiverse, especially people lean in the ADHD direction, don't have a problem like leaving suitcases. Like, like they'll come home from vacation and then there'll be the suitcase that has not been unpacked in months and they just end up living out of the suitcase. Even though like that's so common for ADHDers. I'm too autistic for that. I can't do it. So that is probably the primary way. And then once I do that gridding process with my stuff, then I can just sort of linear, one step at a time, make decisions on the fly. That has made such a huge, huge difference. The gridding thing, you do that too? If anybody who hasn't learned that trick, it's really fucking nice. Life chaos already in my own brain overload, can't think of proper name. Yeah, I followed you. I followed you. Actually, I do it all the time. This is I think it's a part of a Gestalt language processing. It is not all autistic people, but a lot of autistic people. Or maybe it's all. I don't think it's all. I don't think like anything is all other than monotropism. It's I think the fastest way, like there's the way that it's normally described is thinking of concepts in like groups of words instead of like individual words. But I think a better way to describe it, and this is one of my favorite things and why I really wanted to do autistic work, because I think I'm really fucking good at describing a lot of autistic experiences. That's why I wanted to do that as a career, is because I can't tell you how many times an autistic person has said to me, "Thank you for putting this in words." I cannot tell you how many times. It is the most meaningful compliment I've ever gotten and the most frequent one. So I think a better way to describe the Gestalt language processing thing is I remember relationships between things more than the things themselves. Relationships between so that's why we would know full sentences and stuff, and not like a lot of autistic people like, build word upon word, is because we're not remembering the words, we're remembering the relationship between nebulous concepts. That is like everything that I talk about in all my videos. Like what I'm doing, what I've always been doing with my content since the beginning, is I take all of those nebulous connections and translate them, and then just kind of got enjoyed the art of translating them. However, and this is something I meant to talk about a lot more earlier, because of like my fear of what impact I make, even if I didn't intend it, what the impact. So I can get really perfectionist about making sure I'm picking the most accurate words possible to say whatever this nebulous shit is. Borrowing not just like from like dictionary, but precision, but also allistic shorthand and tone. I say a lot of silly little things because I know what that group of words means. even if the dictionary definition would maybe confuse a lot of autistic people, because I'm remembering the vibe. My brain actually operates in vibes. I'm just obsessed with translating those vibes well. And the crap, now I can't even remember why I was talking about that. Probably because I'm all out of dopamine now. No, I really want to remember. What was I saying? Remembering the concepts about things. Oh right, I was talking about how like you put the star because you denote what you said. So I will often in my videos. In fact, an autistic friend of mine pointed this out to me. I was talking about the Veterans Hall event that the Hollywood Veterans thing event that Cooper and Charlie were at, and I called it the thingy do because I was like I didn't know what was accurate, event, gala, an award ceremony. Like I didn't know what word because it wasn't really relevant to my analysis of the scene or my interpretation of the scene. What event it was. That's actually probably one of the things I use ChatGPT for the most. Like what I'll do is it's like the most useful it has been to me is I'll know what concept I want to say, but I won't know what word. So ChatGPT is really great at this to like write a paragraph and be like, this is the point I'm trying to get across. What is give me like a variation of like 10 things, 10 ways to say this as succinctly as possible, and then I like remix them. So that's actually a good example of like people get so triggered about writers using ChatGPT. But based on how I just described that, did ChatGPT write it for me? I mean, critical thinking, come on. I didn't know the word, and I had it give me options, and usually I don't even use the option. I look at the options, and then that triggers my brain to say something different. That's what happens most of the time. I don't feel like I'm not a writer for that. I think that's crazy, like this lack of discernment, like karma hit size. Do you follow MTG? There's a Peak of a Fallout tie-in with cards focused on season 2, but there's a Burned Man card. Oh, I don't know what MTG is. Am I old? Oh my god, you asked that question such a long time ago too. Is that annoying how long it takes me? Because I start to figure out based on what I'm talking about, and then how long it takes me to come back. Be honest, I want to know. What is your favorite weapon in 76? I love that question. That is a great question. I didn't even notice this. The question mark is accidental. I didn't even notice that that was there. I read it correctly, weirdly. Okay. Napalmer. I love shooting flamer fuel. And it's really, really annoying because I'm always running out of fuel or running out of acid, waste acid, because the napalmer feels like spraying death on things, and it's very satisfying and also very effective. Great for radhogs, by the way. Great for radhogs. The alpha will give you some trouble, but it lays so much firepower so fast, and so when anything's like crowding you, it's fucking excellent. But you will burn through the fucking waste acid. Pro tip: Snallygaster. I mean, there's hemlock holes has, but I think setting up workshops is a pain in the ass. It's just an annoying chore. I don't like doing it. So it's more fun to go to Toxic Larry's Meet and Go, which is on the far east side of the map. There's always 3 Snallygasters there, and they drop a lot of waste acid. So it's more fun. And also, my favorite way to kill the Snallygasters is the crossbow. So you don't use any acid, because actually the napalmer's not that great for Snallygasters. Crossbow's way better. And what I love about crossbow is, like, you never use them, because they always end up dropping. I don't know, maybe I have a perk card that's exacerbating this situation, but everything I kill, like, has crossbow bolts on it. It's almost like, you can Daryl Dixon that shit. Just reusable ammo, which is why, in the real apocalypse, I would want a crossbow for that exact reason. Reusable ammo. My autism is very pleased with that. Down with war, up with gladiatorial mech combat. Sure. You know, honestly, I think the world that we should strive to create, I think, like, the answer to the big question, the thing that we need to do as humanity, once everybody figures out what I was saying about Lucy's air versus Lucy's finger, once humanity figures out that collective interests are in our individual best interest, and that Ayn Rand was wrong, and if we focus on ourselves, we will destroy the planet. Like, once everybody figures that out, and then the narcissists and all the manipulators go, not trusting other people is killing us all, and I don't want to die and live in a horrible, miserable world, and this road is going nowhere. Once we get everybody, all that figured out, then we need to be good sports. That is the answer. We basically, instead of going to war, we need to, like, have worldwide sports and be good sportsmen. We're still gonna have groups. We're still gonna have teams. We're still gonna have factions. We're still gonna compete for resources. We just need to grow up and stop dropping bombs on each other and just agree. Just agree to if you lose the competition for the water, for the dam, then you gotta figure it out. Or stage another game. Like, basically, we all need to treat this planet like it's a fucking game. Because, if we keep taking it so... we are all going to die. Why are we making life miserable to preserve our survival when we all know we're going to die? It's nonsense. We should make life not suck. We, like... because, great line from Guardians of the Galaxy. He says, you know, like, why do you want to save the galaxy? He's like, because I'm one of the idiots who lives in it. That's why. That's why we should stop going to war and being violent and not trusting each other, because we're making being alive suck. That's a good enough reason to stop. All we have to do is trust each other, and all agree all at once. Let's just... no more violence. We have to agree that there's lines that we won't cross. We can do it in small groups. Why? If we can do that in small groups, there's no reason we can't do it in a big one. And we know that we can do that in small groups and go, okay, guys, we don't hit each other. We don't cross this line. We can do it. We just choose not to because we don't trust each other. Because we don't trust anybody else to stop. That's it. That's the fucking multipolar trap. And if we don't keep believing that we can just choose differently, it doesn't happen until we believe it can happen. Okay, so going back to the burned man question. And then that will be it. That will be it. Because we are now at 5 hours. I will get used to this. I will learn to trust you guys that this will keep going. Maybe that's, like, really the trauma thing going on underneath this, is that my trauma brain is like, you may never have this much fun again. If you guys keep coming back, then I will calm down. I am tired. I know, you're watching me. Okay, let me just answer this question, and then I will quit. And that is the burned man thing. I can tell you this, I would love it. I would love it. Did you see that I'm actually wearing my Joshua Graham shirt? Like, I would if they were gonna bring another character from the games. The way that we are introduced to Legion and what's going on with Legion, the idea of, like, Daddy coming home, I would have wished that they had teased it by now. But I could see that being a new character, like them, like, in the adventure, not being teased yet, and meeting this guy who used to be, and I could, conversations between him and the ghoul would be so fucking interesting. Oh my god, I want that. You made me want that. I'm astounded, yet it makes sense that you just made our current version of bread and circuses make sense. What is that a reference to? I'm embarrassed I don't know. Okay, I guess, I have to quit. This is really fascinating how in love I am with doing this and with all of you. So that's what I'll end on. That's what I'll end on. Oh, the sports thing. Haha. Yeah. We all need to sports it up. In closing, yeah, that's what I want to end on, is just how much fun I am doing I am tired. Doing this is really undercutting everything that I was saying earlier about I need a platform just to be myself. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. And I just feel so like I don't have to mask anything or pretend like I don't think the way that I think, and it's fun because we're talking about a fucking video game. I don't have to mask how much I want to talk about Fallout all the time. Everything's a special interest nailed to an autistic hammer. And I'm just having a fucking blast. And I will miss you guys until next week. So you will see me again when the next episode video comes out. If I get an idea for a short, if I just really can't fucking help myself before Wednesday, that would be cool. See how shorts do. Alright. Y'all are the best. Thank you. Have a fantastic evening or morning or whatever freaking time it is for you guys. And if, I'll post up like a follow-up, post, saying, oh, great stream last night or something. And if there's anything that I mentioned that you're like, oh, I want to link about this, or any unresolved things that pop into your head about the stream, or the comment under the VOD of the stream is maybe a more appropriate place. I am stalling. Goodbye! End broadcast.